Hello everyone, welcome back to Fishermon and Reborn Artlocke. We have no time to spare, so we are gonna just jet on out of here. We have 30 fishing spots remaining in the to finish up a Realm Reborn. So if we want to do it today, that is 8 minutes per fishing spot, which is dramatically less than what we've done in the past. So I'm not super confident that's gonna land, but maybe. We're gonna start up here in the North Shards. It's not the same as this one. There's a legendary fish you can catch up here that I've definitely, when I first came here, was fishing in the wrong spot for quite some time. I can't land up here, can I? I gotta find a better spot to land. Fishing for quite some time in the wrong spot. Just double check I'm using the right bait. Versatile lures, very good. Let's go. You cast your line at the North Shards. Very good. So, yeah, I remember I was fishing up here trying to find Kuna the Killer, and there was another fisher showed up, and we were like, hey, what's up? You here for Kuna? They're like, yeah, I'm here for Kuna, which I love it. I love that part of the game. It's delightful. And look at this friend who decided to barge into my shot. Come on. And after a bit, I was like, I'm pretty sure I'm fishing in the wrong spot. And I flew over to this spot. And they kept fishing where they were. And they're like, no, I'm pretty sure this is the right spot. And then, like, 5 minutes later, they flew over to where I was too. And I was like, aw, I'm so sorry. Alright, we have caught a giant bass. I don't think we've caught a giant bass before, actually. The North Shards. Giant bass. Where are you? There it is. Yeah, I don't think we've caught a giant bass yet. I will double check in my notes. We have caught a giant bass. I'm totally wrong. Okay. Never mind. We caught a giant bass in Raincatcher Gully. Alright. Glad we checked. Primary locations. Mordona. But we still got them in... I don't remember recording this. Significantly larger than the dark bass, landing a giant bass can prove quite the challenge for even the most seasoned angler. Not known to feed on smaller worms or lures, fishers seeking to add this trophy to their case will need to first catch a suitable bait. Wait, can you, like, mooch for giant bass, but it's also technically possible on its own? That's weird. I don't remember catching a giant bass before, but according to my notes, we caught one, so I guess we must have. Weird. That's wild. I'm definitely gonna check the drawings and see if I can find my drawing of a giant bass once I'm done catching here. What else is available? Lamp Marimo, we already got one of those. Silverfish, we already got one of those. Giant bass, Ignis Snail, Assassin Beta. I don't think we have an Assassin Beta. We have an Alamegan Fighting Fish, but I don't think we have an Assassin Beta. Is Ilsbardian Bass, I don't think we've caught. Goldfish, I don't... Maybe, did we catch a goldfish? We might have. No, we caught a copperfish, I think. Silverfish, we've already caught a silverfish. I will double check, but I'm very certain of that. Silverfish, yep, there it is. There we go. So, how many catches has that been? That was the giant bass, the Lamp Marimo, and the silverfish. I think it's 3. Okay, so this is our 4th catch. There's not a lot of good options, honestly. It's a little bit scary. I think this one's mooched, but I'm not sure what from. And these two are fancy. Okay, so, like, this one doesn't even have a time. There's no time requirements here. Except for the last two. Ilzabardian fish. Or bass. Okay. Yeah, we can definitely work with that. Again, I'm pretty sure we don't have one of those yet. Even though I was wrong before. So, dark bass, fairy bass, giant bass. Those are the only ones we have. Alright. Very good. Let's read it. Ilzabardian bass. Unlike its Eorzean cousins, the Ilzabardian bass is mean-tempered and quick to bite,
attacking other species sharing the same lake until there are none left but its own. Ill luck is said to come to all who gaze into its deep red eyes.
Ooh, deep red eyes, huh? Alright, I'll be sure to include those. Very good. Let us start by recording Ilsbardian Bass. Ilzabardi? I don't know, how do you pronounce this? Ilzabardian Bass. We don't have a name yet. Everyone start thinking of names. 27.4 ilms, not too shabby. And they seem like water type to me. We could go water dark, but again, I feel like I do water dark too often, so I'd rather not if I can help it. Let's start drawing. Alright, so basic shape of the fish. Pretty, like, stocky. Ooh. I don't know what I just did there. That was weird. Kind of like... something like that? Yeah, okay. That's the general shape. I'm going to redraw that, though, because it's a bit sloppy. How do the tails look? Tail is pretty straight down, actually. Okay, so... something like this. And then something like this. And we know that they've got, like, red eyes. They got some cool texture to them, though. Like, there's something going on up here that's not just, like, smooth skin. Which is pretty cool. I probably won't capture that because, art style, that's why. Yeah, sure. Okay. Great. What else? I think that's about it. Again, there's like some stuff going on up here, but I don't know. I think that's just like skin being weird. We will give you kind of a Pokemon style eye in here, I think. That seems right to me. Yeah. Nice. Ilsbardian Bass. Whatever that means. Beautiful. Alright. Let's add a little bit of color to this. What color do we want to go for? It's mostly just brown. Basically just a brown fish. That's fine. Close that gap. Close this gap. Close this gap. And then we will fill it. Looking at the entire canvas, not just one layer. Beautiful. Great. The eye is red. I can't really see the red eye. I can just kind of imagine it. I kind of like the idea that this part is red here and then the rest is not, but maybe it should be the opposite. Maybe the eye is red like this, and then that part's like black. That looks pretty good. Yeah. Alright. Beautiful. And we just gotta add a little bit of texture and stuff. Not texture, that's kind of the wrong term, but whatever. It's sort of more of a lighter gray in most of it, actually. So something like this. How do the fins look? This one's kind of gray. This one's got like only a little bit of gray at the top. Maybe I'll lower the opacity on that. Okay, how about that fin? Yeah, fin's basically all gray. Okay. All right, cool. No, I'm digging this. This works. Yeah. I kind of feel like there's something I'm missing here. Actually, this shouldn't be so high, I don't think. It should only really skirt across the top. Yeah, that seems right to me. Okay. That looks a bit better, yeah. There's still some weirdness to, like, What? Oh, I didn't change my color. I thought I did. Okay. Not entirely sure. Alright. Oop. What did I do there? Did something weird. It's just a random empty layer. Beautiful. Okay. Let's add in our colors. Ras the Bass. Alright. We got a name in chat. Love to see it. Thank you, Lucky Smiles. Gotta have names for all these fish. But also, we are in a hurry, so I will not be spending too much time waiting for names. So, get them in early, or you'll miss your chance, honestly. So, lovely to have one. Okay. And then another one. Let's get the top here. Something like that. That checks out, I think. Uh-huh. And then, of course, our full-on weird highlight layer that I still don't really get as an artist, but it does look okay. So I'm going to call it reasonable. It's really more about consistency at this point. I keep thinking about how, like, this would have been so much faster if I went with a simpler art style. And the art style is actually pretty simple, but, like, what I mean by that is not like a simpler art style, but just, like, less detail. Like, this does not need to have 3 distinct shading layers, you know? Like, it doesn't need to have that. That's just something I decided to do, and now that I've done it, I'm being consistent about it, right? What makes this drawing challenge what it is that I'm being consistent about my rules. And as such, this is how long it takes. I need to go to the right folder. Where are you? We need a new folder. We need a day 4 folder. Day 4. And I gotta write the name Ilsbardian Bass. How do I? Ilsbardian Bass. It's Ilza. Ilzabardian? Ilzabardian. Something like that. Something like that. Alright. How does that work? I do not know. It's fine. But no, I think about that a bunch. Just the idea of like, okay, if I didn't do this, things would be faster. 27 was it? 24 maybe, something like that. Alright, let's, I think I'm going to flip it around and put it at the top there. Flip. Stick it over here. Is that on top of something? Oops. That's not what I meant. Oh, well, that did actually help me figure out what I needed to figure out, so never mind. Great. Slap that right here. We're losing our logo. We've already lost the logo. What am I saying? I need a new folder. This is the Mordona folder we need. A new group. Mordona. Very good. Mordona Ilsbardian Bass. There it is. It's beautiful. Yeah. Alright, beautiful. Where were we? We need to finish recording this. Ilsbardian Bass is named Ras the Bass, which maybe their name's just Ras, but either way. And yeah, even though, I don't know, I'm really tempted to make them dark. I'm gonna make them dark. This is a water dark type. No one can convince me otherwise. We'll see if I do it too often at the end when we round up what everything is. We are heading down to the Singing Shards, which is really just due south from where we are. So let's get going. We are already behind schedule if we are trying to do one every 8 minutes. That one took about 16, which isn't, like, terrible, especially considering we're not just calculating the time it took to draw. So, pretty good rate so far. Where is the actual... Oh, right here. Yes. Where's the water? Where, how do I... Is this... This is the... Yeah. So this is why... Oh, this is not land. Where am I allowed to stand? Ah, no. Okay, there's something over here. I must be able to stand here. Perfect. And now we're at the singing shard. So this is what I was talking about before when I was like, hey, this is not the same as the north shards. What a lovely environment, though, dang. Alright, what do we have available to catch here? We can catch a mud crab, which we've caught, a lamp merino, which we've caught, a bonny tongue, which we've caught, a silverfish, which we've caught, a giant bass, which we've caught, a knife fish. We haven't caught a knife fish. A gar pike. I don't think we've caught a gar pike either. It's Real Industria! You can do it. Do you think I can finish today? I'm tempted to maybe go late. If we get close, I'm gonna go late. I think it's very possible we'll get like 20 and then be like, I don't want to do 10 next week. Let's do them all and just push on. Okay, that is our second attempt here. We only get 5 attempts to catch a fish. We've used 2 already. Come on, give me that knife fish. I want that knife fish. Or maybe a gar pike. Giant bass. We've caught a giant bass before. That is 3. Oh, are we going to miss one? Another lamp merino. Oh no, I don't think we're gonna make it. This is our final attempt. If this is not a new fish, we miss our encounter in the singing shards. I'll have to mark it with a big X. I think knife fish and gar pike are both big, or like stronger bites than that. Another mud crab. Okay. I'm going to double check. I know we have mud crab, but I'm going to double check. Yeah. Yeah, mud crab we got in South Shroud and Goblin Blood. Okay. We missed an encounter. Singing shard. No encounter. No length. No typing. 5 duplicates. Alright, we're off to North Silver Tier. If I miss, I think, like 2 more encounters, I'll have drawn less than 100. I'll have caught less than 100 fish in this entire thing. Which, I mean, that's still a big number, but like, whew. Alright, North Silver Tier. Yeah, I'm pretty sure right now I'm at like 74. I was at 74 catches before I started and I had 30 fishing spots left. Yeah, so if I miss 4 spots from there, which we just missed 1, then I'll have caught 100 fish across this entire event. I mean, caught and recorded, right? Obviously, I've caught lots of fish. Alright, so silverfish we've caught. What is available in this area? Lamp merino, silverfish, Ignis Snail. Sludge Skipper, that's new. Alright.
Sludge Skipper. Similar to its cousin, the Mud Skipper, the Sludge Skipper can also survive outside water for several bells. The Sludge Skipper, however, is at home in highly polluted pools where other creatures would likely perish.
It's a poison type! Yeah, we did it. Okay, cool. That's great. Oh, we got a poison type. Definitely poison type. At least in the parlance of Pokemon. Sludge Skipper. We don't have a name yet. Its size is 7 ilms. Very cute. And water poison. Yeah. Even if they're not poisonous, like just hanging out in like poison environments is indicative of poison type from a Pokemon standpoint. So I don't have a problem at all calling it a poison type. Real Industry says, sounds like something you'd find in Azyslia. I don't know what that is. Cool, but I don't know what it is. Alright, Sludge Skipper is bright red. Look at that red. That is beautiful. Alright. Welcome back, Ras. Let's put you away. Let's move you to a folder and close the folder. Beautiful. Alright. That's too thick of a pen. Need a smaller pen. Okay. How do we do this? Okay, so it's a general, like, Mud Skipper body, Goby body shape. Alright. Yeah, I can work with this. Kind of a big tail. Also kind of a rounded tail, looks like. Yeah, like, whoop. Beautiful. And then, kind of... I keep noticing this, is that all the ones that have this print, they look so much thinner than their icon does. Like, consistently. It's, like, kind of weird. Maybe that's, like, fin at the bottom? I don't know. That could be. That could be. They also have these, like, eyes. I wonder if that's, like, an actual thing. Like, it helps them, I don't know, see outside of water or something. These raised eyes. I'd believe that. That sounds reasonable. That's the kind of thing that someone could tell me, and I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. What am I doing? What are these fish lips I've done? I'm not really sure what this is going to be. Also, we're on the clock, and I gotta not be so precious. Yeah. Maybe I'll add a little bit of, like... Beautiful. Then, of course, we need our, like, fins that you can use to walk around on. That's very important to the Sludge Skipper design. And just a big old fin down here. I might just have that disappear under this instead of drawing it proper. I think that seems right. How do I make that work? I'm going to call that good enough. I don't think that is good enough. I think it actually comes out like this. Yeah, I think that's right. Okay, good. And then there's like kind of a large fin on the back. Yeah. And then this big fin. I still don't know what's up with this. I tried to look up like real life gobies because that's where the first time I saw this on a fish in the game was. And I did see a big fin, but they didn't have like a hole in the middle. I don't know what's up with that hole. Maybe it's more of a Mud Skipper thing. I don't know. I'll have to look at Mud Skippers after this. Alright, I'm going to call that good. And we get to add in our nice bright, like, pinky red. Ooh, I like this red a lot. It's really good. And it's more of an orange, actually. Okay. So how does the tail connect? Great, great, great. Good enough. Yeah, that should do. There's one little spot here, actually. Okay, full canvas. Oops, I missed one spot right there. Beautiful. All right. I think I might have to use a gradient for this one. Is it a spot? The hole? I guess it's possible. It really looks like a hole, though, if you look at the, the print. I don't know. So maybe something like... Maybe something like this. And then with like a little bit extra in the middle, maybe? How's the tail work again? Oh, it actually gets kind of dark in the end there. That's cool. And there's like spots across this middle. But yeah, I think I'm going to do something like this. Well, I'm not sure how it goes up to the face. I think I'm going to have this sort of dither out, actually. Real Industrious says, maybe it's for aerodynamics in the sludge. Maybe. Yeah. Like, I first noticed it on the gobies. Like, the Murthra goby was the first thing I was like, wait a minute, what's going on there? It might be maybe just, like, they wanted to use the same print art, but it's actually something that's on real life mud skippers instead. It's possible. I don't know. Let's get this eye. It looks weird right now. And then add just a little ring of black there. Wow. Very good. I'm actually going to lower the opacity on that a little bit. Beautiful. Alright, we need a little bit of dark coloration on the tail here. It gets like actually much darker at the top. I think I might actually use an overlay for this part. Yeah. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. A little bit going on back here. This isn't really a shading layer. This is just like a color layer, really. Then I'm going to do another shading afterwards. Actually, yeah, I do want a little bit under here too, I think. I think I might just call that good, actually. I quite like that. It's a little bit sloppy, and that's kind of okay. Yeah, beautiful. I say as I keep going. You don't have time for this, Darcy. You must hurry. Yeah. But fish. Have you considered fish? Me? Alright. Also, I want a little bit more down here, which I can't do properly. So. It looks like a big old school cartoon hair. I don't know if that makes sense. Do you mean the whole fish, Lucky Smiles? Or do you mean something specific? But fish, the refrain of fishers in Final Fantasy XIV. Yes. It is true. I'm wondering if I should try out other games with fishing in it. I heard someone talking about Elder Scrolls Online the other day, and I was like, I wonder if the fishing in that's any good. I don't think it is. From what I've read, it sounds like it's not. It sounds like it's just kind of like a way to make money or get certain resources. it's interesting how the fishing in, like, Final Fantasy XIV works, right? Like, ostensibly, you know, there are resources that you can get by getting fish. Like, maybe you need them for a dish you want to cook or something, but, like, it doesn't really feed into the rest of the game. It's just kind of its own thing, just for fun. It's interesting how it's, like, very much a, like, a completionist thing, in a way. Like, I don't think of myself that much of a completionist, and I certainly am not going to be for the rest of the game, but it is the main motivator for fishing, in that, like, you have this log and you want to finish it, right? Which is pretty cool. I'm pretty into it. I think that's fun. Yeah, a little bit there, a little bit at the bottom here. I'm gonna call that good. I can't keep working on this. What time is it? It is 12:32 already. Oh, make that a clipping layer. 12:32 already. Which means if it was about 12:16 when we finished our first fish, then that means this fish has taken... what? Not 15... like 17 minutes-ish? Okay. Alright. I'm gonna call this done. Yeah, I think we're averaging about 16 minutes right now, which is, like, not bad. It's certainly not as fast as I'd like to be going. What is the name of this fish again? It is the Sludge Skipper. I hope this looks like a Sludge Skipper. I didn't really compare it to the fish at the end. I just was like, yep, it's done. Moving on. Because I don't have time for anything else. It's cool seeing the, like in a lot of games, when you... oh, you really can't see that other fish, huh? That's fine. I'm already covering fish. It's not a big deal. Alright. It'll have to do. Yes, so... what was I saying? Something about games? Fish? I have absolutely no idea what I was talking about. Oh, well. Oh, yeah, we need a name for this fish. Is that what you're talking about in chat right now? Marge, Wilma? You want to name them after Flintstone's wife? I think that's Wilma, yeah. Are we going with Wilma? I'm just going to go with Wilma. Because I don't have time. Great, we're going to the Wrathfrost, or the Wraithfrost, or something. Definitely something. Alright, beautiful. This place is lovely. Because you really can just fly across it. Oh, wow, this guy. Alright, so the Wrathfrost is this one, I think? Yes. So we're going to hit this one, and then go up through here. Like that. So that'll be fun. You can fly no higher. That's okay. I don't need to fly any higher. Is this just like this water here? Is this the Wrathfrost? Okay. Beautiful. Alright. It's lovely already having the places discovered. I don't know why I didn't just discover all of them before I started playing. I figured it would be fun to, like, have some of them be my first time fishing, but it just made it more complicated. To be entirely honest. Knife fish! Yeah, there it is. We got it. I'll just double check. I'm pretty sure we don't have a knife fish yet. Was there anything else that was valid here? Assassin Beta, Asbardian, Pox Pike. There's a couple of interesting things. Probably this was a mooch, though. So, yeah. Would have been hard to get anything. Alright, knife fish. Ooh, that's a cool picture. Oh, I remember what I was saying before. What I was saying before is, in a lot of games, I feel like it's really frustrating when you're like, oh, they just reused a model, or they reused the sprite. But I kind of actually really like it in the fishing part here because I'm noticing similarities across species. You know, I'm like, oh yeah, it's really cool seeing that like all the different fish that use the same like mud skipper print, or the same icon but with a recolor. And while normally that's like, I actually like it for some reason. It like adds to the like, oh yeah, cool. There's the through line here. I don't know why that is. Anyway.
Knifefish. The freshwater knifefish is named such due to its resemblance both in shape and color to a flat blade. Unlike a knife, however, this wavekin is as sharp as a pumpkin and has been known to swim right out of the water only to suffocate on shore.
Wait, what? It's as sharp as a pumpkin, which, okay, I get it. Weird choice of words, you know, Eorzean scholar, but, oh! Oh, you're saying it's dumb. I thought you just meant, like, its body was, like, plump and round. Because it looks plump and round. You mean it's an idiot. This is our slow bro. We found our slow bro, everyone. I love them. Alright. Maybe both, lol. Yeah, maybe Real Industria. Wow. What is this body shape? It looks like a slug to me. But they said it's like a flat blade, so probably that is like just flat, right? Let me zoom in a little bit. Yeah, I think it's just flat. Okay. Cool. Huh. I love this shape. Okay, I need to get started. First things first. In the Wrathfrost, we caught a knife fish. One word. They do not have a name yet. They are 22.0 ilms. Not bad. And they are water. Probably just water. I was like, knife fish, maybe they're like a fighting type. No, they're not a fighting type. Maybe they're like... There's part of me that wants, like... Is Slowbro just normal? I think they might be a normal type. I mean Slowpoke. I'm going to double check that Slowpoke is normal. But they read as normal to me. Slowpoke. Slowpoke is... They're psychic. Okay, I thought they might have been psychic. Maybe they only became psychic, like, when they became Slowking. But no, they've always been psychic. I don't think I have enough information to say that this is a psychic fish because it's stupid. That doesn't seem reasonable to me. Alright. They're just water. I'm not going to make them water normal. But, yeah, interesting. Real Industry says, not as majestic as the fish that can leap up into trees for a meal and back into the water. Yes, right. Our lovely friend, the climbing perch. Alright, where is my drawing stuff? Dang, I lost all my what and what. There we go. Okay. Quickly now, quickly. Let's see if we can get this shape. This shape is lovely. It's like, got this little like face down here. And then it's got like... I think it actually has like a smooth underbelly. But then it's got like a fin that waves kinda. Huh, I don't know how to draw this. This is gonna be difficult. They actually give me like some Muna energy as well. I kinda wanna make them psychic. I don't think that's appropriate. I love Muna. Muna's so cute. I think I'm going to make this actually a bit more of a pointed tail. And then the fin under... There's like a weird long fin under its body. Yeah. So, like, something like this. Actually, it sort of ends more abruptly than that. Okay, cool. Then it's got this weird fin on top of its head. Or back. Lucky Smiles, yeah, literally reminds me of a slug. It looks so much like a slug, but it's like flat. I'm not seeing any like fin. I think there might be a fin here, but it's really hard to say. I bet this thing swims by like wiggling back and forth. Like this is the side view, like this is the face. That's the energy I'm getting from this fish. Cool. And then it's got like some like rings here. I'll put those into color. And then it's got the spots. Which I might do the spots now, actually. I like this one a lot. It really does remind me of Muna. Which I love Muna. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, perfect. If anybody in the chat has not seen Muna before, it's like M-U-N-N-A, I think. Add Pokemon on the end, you'll see that adorable thing. I highly recommend it. I want to give it a smile. They don't have a care in the world. Beautiful. There we go. Alright, now we just need to add our nice blue tone. More of a silver blue, but I don't really know how to do that, so we're gonna do it this way. Canvas. Then the spots are this sort of like dark color. And I do like the white ring around the dots. That looks really cool. So I definitely want to see if I can make that look right. It's probably not really white. It's probably more of a light blue. So maybe once we're done with this, I will lower the opacity so that the blue shows through. That sounds right to me. Hey, Darcy, are you putting too much time into this one? Maybe. I don't know, what's the time look like? The time looks like 12:44. Well, if we think about the last one as being like, I don't know, what, like 30, 32-ish, 33, 34-ish? That's only been 10 minutes so far. Okay, well you got, let's say you have 5 minutes left then. Ooh, that does sound like less time than I'd like. There might be like a little fin here, honestly. I'm not sure. Nah, I'm not going to do that. Alright, the rest is just going to be in highlights. So, beautiful. Actually, I'll just do it this way, and we'll make these both clipping layers. Beautiful. Okay, add a little bit of dark. Down here. Not too rounded of a body. They are very flat, as we have established. A little bit of top somehow. Not sure how that works, but I'll take it. It might just be coloration. It might not actually be shading, but oh well. It's fine. And there's this cool fin at the top of its back. I like that. A little bit down here by its nose. And a little bit of a light something, okay, like this. Maybe a little bit of a sheen like this. I like that. I think that looks good. A little bit of a sheen. Maybe just like some lines like this actually would look good. Yeah, I like that a lot. And then like a shine here. Why is it like that? I don't know. No idea why it's like that. It's fine. And then one more. Full opacity. Highlights. How are we doing? Oh yeah, we're making time. We can definitely finish this up. I think. I think I can get this done in time. Not sure about that dot on the nose, actually. Let me remove that. Yeah. I'm going to call that good. I don't know if I want to call it good, actually. I'm going to take this color, and I'm going to just make it the slightest of gradients. Just the slightest of gradients. Okay? Very, very subtle. I actually can't even see the gradient I did, but I did do it. I'm just going to believe myself. Beautiful. We're calling that done. Next. Well, not next. I still need to save it and everything. Hey, it's Mocha Splats. Little buddy's got the cutest face. Thank you. This is the knife fish. The guide described it as being as sharp as a pumpkin. So, yeah. Knife fish. Welcome in, Mocha. Do you have a name for this little buddy? Because I don't think we have one yet. If we do, I don't know if Sluggy was supposed to be a name. We do need one shortly, because I don't have time to belabor names. They're only 7 ilms. Very tiny fish. Mocha says, "Ah, he does look like a Sluggy." He could be Sluggy. I'm okay with naming him Sluggy. Wow, you cannot see his features at all now that he's shrunk. Alright. Or Butter for Butter Knife. Butter is very cute. I guess I'll just decide. I'm going to go with Butter, because I think Butter is really cute. Because I don't have time to see what the consensus is. We're moving on to the Tangle. One of my favorite little fishing spots, actually. The Tangle is where you can catch the... What is it, the Ninja Beta? Assassin Beta? What am I doing? Removing the drawing overlay. Are there actually multiple spots where you can catch that? Because... Yeah, Ninja Beta is the one that's special. Assassin Beta you can find lots of places, but Ninja Beta you can only find in the Tangle, if I recall correctly. And the Ninja Beta is special because the one you catch might have eaten another fish, and for some reason... being eaten by a Ninja Beta grants it flight, and it becomes a minion when you rescue it from its belly. It's very silly. That's in the actual description. We're not going to catch one, because I do know for a fact what the timing restriction for that is. They require the... I can't remember what it's called right now. Haze or something. Weird purple haze weather condition that you can like only find in the Mordona region. It's cool. I can't say for sure that you can only find it in the Mordona region. They might have very much reused it other places, but you know. Alright, what is a valid catch in the Tangle? We've already caught an Alamegan fighting fish. But if we catch a large one, we could mooch it. So bone crayfish we've caught. Alamegan fighting fish we've caught. Silverfish we've caught. Sludge Skipper we've caught. Assassin Beta we have not caught. Boltfish. I don't think we've caught a boltfish. Those Bardian bass we've caught. Cadaver carp we have not caught, but has a weather restriction. Interesting. And then Ninja Beta. Is Bardian bass. Okay, we've caught that before. Yeah, so our best bet is probably the boltfish. Or if we catch if we naturally catch an Alamegan fighting fish that's large, we could mooch it. But that's like basically all our options here. So. Unless we're lucky and we happen to be in the weather condition. I have no idea what the weather condition for Cadaver Carp is. Alright, how many catches is that so far? We caught a silverfish, an Alamegan fighting fish, an Elspardian bass, and a silverfish. This is our last attempt. If we don't catch something new here, we miss our encounter at the Tangle, and that'll be very sad. Come on. I don't think that's enough. I think a bulletfish is a stronger bite than that. But it could be like a large... It's a Sludge Skipper. Alright. We missed the encounter. Tangle. X. 5 duplicates. Okay. Well. It's off to the deep tangle. That's basically like a second chance, right? Basically. As much as it's funny, like... in a certain way, it saves me time to miss encounters. But obviously, the goal is to draw as many as possible, right? Like, I don't want to. Like... and very much, if I miss... like, I think 2 more... I'm gonna be sub 100 on, I'm gonna be sub 100 catches for the entire thing. And today's gonna mark the 24th hour. At the end of today, we'll have been doing this for 24 hours. Alright, Deep Tangle, what are your options? We've got it, caught it, caught it, caught it, caught it, caught it. Boxing Pleco, we have not caught. If we can get a Boxing Pleco, that would be so cool. I don't know if those are a, I don't know if that's going to be... I'm not sure if Boxing Pleco is a mooch or not. If it is, it's going to be really hard, but maybe we can just get a Boxing Pleco. That would be awesome. Get ourselves another fighting type on the team. Would love that. Another Alamegan fighting fish. That's 2? No, that's 3 actually. That's 3. Yeah, Alamegan fighting fish, midden crab, another Alamegan fighting fish. This is our 4th attempt. Oh, I don't want to miss 2 in a row. Giant bass. It's a giant bass. Okay, that's 2 misses in a row. Missed our encounter. I was really hoping for that. It's probably a mooch. I mean, you know, that's part of the reason why these rules exist, right? We want to get what we get, and we don't want to just, like, farm for the best, most interesting catches. That is not the goal. This bridge is so cool. Can you fish off this? I feel like you must be able to. Where? What is this? You don't sense any fish here. Really? Any at all? Wow, I have really good senses, I guess. Or really bad senses. One of the two. In all of this, there's no fish. In all of this. You know what I mean. Wild. Reborn's push. Okay, where does that put us? I need to close this and reopen it. Alright, 2 undiscovered holes. Let's take a look at my list. My list says go to the Cerulean Fields at 20 by 23. Alright, 20 by 23 is this way. Okay. Here we are. Cerulean processing plant. Right down there. Alright, I have actually no idea what I can catch here. Real Industry says, lol. Fisher's curse. There's water there. If there's water, there should be fish. I mean, sometimes I'm like, alright, cool, there's no fish in this little puddle. Like, that's fine. But that was like an ocean. I guess, I mean, it's something to be said, like, maybe you can't successfully fish here because it's an ocean. Or maybe it's like, you know what? It would take forever for something to bite because there's a whole ocean out there and no fish right here. I guess I could kind of see that. Like, if you just dropped a line, you probably wouldn't catch anything because the fish aren't right there unless you knew the fish were there. It would actually be kind of cool to see, like, fishing spots that just literally are like, there's no fish here except for in certain times of day. I can imagine that. Because it's such a large fishing hole that they migrate. So they're like, you know, I can see that. I can see that. Alright, we're at what? This is our third catch. Is there anything here? Oh no. Look at this grip killifish. I want this. What is this thing? I've caught this before? This is a rare type of fish. A bulletfish again. I don't think we've caught goldfish either. Grip killifish are neat. Pretty little fish in the aquarium. Oh, cute. Another Ignis Snail. Okay. What is that? That's our 4th attempt, I think. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is our 5th and last attempt at this location. Yes! We didn't miss an encounter! Alright, let's go! I'll just double check that I haven't caught one of these. I'm pretty sure I haven't. Grip killifish. Nope, we have not caught this. Excellent, we did it. Okay. How do you spell that? Grip killifish. Why is the killifish part? I guess they never capitalized the second word. Huh. I hadn't noticed that before. Killifish. Alright, the size is 5.9 elms. They are tiny fish. You're right. I don't know why you wouldn't be right. Let's read the description and see if there's any additional details about them.
Grip killifish. A rare type of fish found in harsh environments, such as stagnant rainwater ponds collecting in the basin of Empty Heart on the western finger of the god's grip.
Wow, that is, its prime locations are Lenosha? Is this another one of those fish lore migration facts? Where they hide details in the fact that their prime locations don't match where they found? Or can you also find them in Lenosha? I mean, I fished Lenosha. I didn't see anything of this, but, you know, it's not like I caught every fish that existed there during this event. Huh. Well, it's got a cool design. It's got a blue fin, it's got a red body, but also, like, some white going on. Yeah, I like it. Its print is very, like, scaled. You can really see the definition of the scales in it. Beautiful. Alright. Let's start drawing. Oh, hello. Welcome back. Lovely to see you again, Butter. Alright. So. Oh, I'm so glad that we caught a fish. That was great. Typing wise, we don't have any information. They like, harsh environments is not the same thing as being poison type, so they don't get that typing. They're probably just water. General shape, though, is like this kind of tail. Then this kind of body. Let's move that over slightly. There we go. A little bit of a fin on their back. Yeah. A little bit of a fin down below. Yeah, that seems about right. I think that this is like one fin is on behind and one fin is on the front. I think that's what I'm seeing here. I don't know why they're called grip killifish. It does not come up. This eye looks a little angry to me, so I'm going to make them a little angry, but that's pure conjecture. It doesn't say anything about them being rude. And now we'll just, like, smooth out this line a bit, because that doesn't look correct. That tail's big. It's a little too big, I think. Let's just cut it off a little bit. Great, so the back fin is blue. Everything else is sort of this red to white gradient. Very defined scales. I don't know if I want to draw in scales or not. I mean, like, all of these have had scales, and I never drew them. It was sort, you know, it was implied. Of course they have scales. They're fish. All right, let us drop in. I guess I'm just gonna go with like a white to start, like a white base, and we'll then add a gradient on top. Just red to white. What's the red? Is it kind of like a orangey red? No, it's not really. Kind of like maybe something like this. Clipping mask and red's in the bottom. Red's in the bottom. It's not really a good gradient, honestly, because it's kind of, you know, I don't think I'm going to go with the gradient after all. I'm just going to go with a wobbly line. I love my wobbly lines. Because it really does skirt sort of the bottom and then, like, do the head. I think that last little bit there is a bit too much, though. Maybe something more like this. And then, same thing here. This is like that, this is like that, and then the back. The back is all blue. What type of blue is that? It's a very blue. Okay. There's no gradient to it. It's just blue. Alright. Alright. Yeah, this checks out. This looks right to me. I do think that perhaps you can see a really good edge there where the fin goes directly in here and then it sort of cuts. I don't know what to do about that. There we go. I kind of do want a little bit of gradient though, so maybe I'll just add like a touch. A touch of gradient. Yeah, something like just a little. Maybe I can make it radial. What are you doing, Darcy? I don't know. Yeah, no, that looks good. Come on, it looks fine. Okay. Hey, it's Breakfast Gang! Welcome in. Fishy, yes, it is a fishy. I do not know what their eyes look like. I'm just gonna make them white and hollow. I also do need to actually fill in this mouth. There we go. And let's just add our shading. And I'm gonna call that good, because I spend too much time on these. Okay. The tail, actually, does the tail go kind of white at the end? It does kind of get a little bit lighter at the end. I hadn't realized that, but yeah, it does. Just a little. Actually, what if I just... Yeah, that looks better. Beautiful. All right. Back to the rest, though. We do want a little bit of a sheen up here. Whoop. We do want a little bit of a highlight. You can barely see it because it's on top of, like, almost white, but it's there. I think that looks good. A little bit here. Nah, let's not bother with that. A little bit back here. And around, but not entirely. Otherwise, looks basically fine. Yeah. Cool. Alright, next. Dark. Breakfast King, or anyone else in chat. If you've got a name for our grip killifish, I unfortunately have no really interesting information about them. The description is quite limited. We just know that they live in stagnant pools and harsh environments that other fish probably wouldn't. That's about it. Breakfast King says Jeff. Jeff it is. That might be enough, actually. I do want to add a couple of these, like, scales, I think. I wasn't gonna, but I think it just needs a little bit more texturing going on, so. And it has really, like, defined scales, so. Seems appropriate. Really see the scales there. Yeah, let's see if we, actually, let's get a better scaling than that. So, like, I feel like that should be a different color or something. Oh well. Yeah, actually, I do think it needs to be a different color. Why did I decide to do it this way? I don't know. Don't worry about it. All right. Either we just make it lighter, which I don't think's good. I think we want to make it a bit, like, almost like crispier. An overlay on this is not going to work because it's a white background. What if I made this not a clipping layer? And then I added a clipping layer to it so I could make it kind of like something weird like that. I think that works. I think that's the one. All right, we're gonna call that good. Oh wait, no, I forgot my my hard layer. I need a better name for that. White. You can't even see it up here, but it's there, believe me. Why do we need this? For consistency. Okay. Calling that. I don't like this. This part looks stupid. We're calling that good. All right, Jeff, the grip killifish? Killifish. Just killifish, I think. File, save as grip killifish. Save. Yes. Okay. Go back twice. Okay, beautiful. How big is the group killerfish? It's pretty small, right? It's like 5 ilms, I think it was. Yeah, 5.9. Okay. Not that these fish are to scale, but also it's smaller than the last fish I drew, so I feel like I should honor that. Beautiful. All right, so Jeff. Jeff is a water type. There's nothing special happening here, and we are moving on to Blue Frog. Blue Frog. All right. Lenosha. Where's Blue Frog? According to my notes, Blue Frog, I assume it's just down here. Down by... Oh, Blue Fog. Oh, my notes say Blue Frog, but I probably miswrote that. 24 by 26. Probably just right here, right? Nope, that's the Cerulean Field still. Okay, where's Blue Fog? Is it just like on the other side? That'd be great. So Blue Fog is the camp here. Where can I fish in the camp? I think I'm going wrong way. It says 24 by 26, which to me means it's up here. Okay. Real Industry says a blue frog would be cool. Are there no blue frogs in the game? I feel like that's something that they would have done. I don't know if they'd be fish, but, you know. Oh, is this it? Is it this little puddle here? It doesn't even look like a puddle. Oh, yeah, there's water down here. Wow, that's clear water. Okay. All right. You guys are lying in an undiscovered fishing hole. What did we catch? A giant bass. Okay. And now it's added to our fishing log. Let's see what is available. Bone crayfish, we've caught. Silverfish, we've caught. Giant bass, we've caught. Golden loach, I think we've caught. Ignis snail, we've caught. Knife fish, we've caught. Common sculpin, I think we've caught. We have not caught a gar pike. I bet they are a mooch only, though. They sound like a mooch only. And then we've got this one, which apparently has no restrictions. So, I guess we might just catch that. It seems possible. And then we have this one, which we're not going to catch. Alright, that is what? Is that our second attempt? That was our second attempt. Okay, we got an Ignis Snail, which we've caught before. Odds are not good. I was worried. I was super worried when I started this. Like, are there going to be holes that I just, like, have no viable catches if I use a dupes rule? I can mooch. Okay. Alright. Okay. We might get something rare here. Or it might be a sculpin. I don't know. I don't know what mooches off of silverfish. Or it might be something that doesn't exist in this hole that just mooches off of silverfish in other holes. That happens sometimes, too. Come on, give me that Gar Pike. I love Gar. They're so cool. Gar Pike! Yeah! Oh, look at this friend. Okay, let's double check I haven't caught a Gar Pike before. I'm so certain I haven't. No, we have not caught a Gar Pike. Okay. Beautiful. In Blue Fog, which it is Blue Fog, right? Yes, I'm going to change my note to say Blue Fog, not Blue Frog. We catch a Gar Pike.
Gar Pike, a hard-scaled freshwater fish native to southern Eorzea. The Gar Pike is mentioned in the famous Remde Codex, where it is described as a 30-yom monstrosity with 200 teeth and arms like a goboos. Fortunately for us, the Gar Pike of Remde's time is no more.
Wait, it's the same thing? I just assumed it was, like, wrong, like erroneous data, but you're suggesting that they actually used to be like this and it's like an evolutionary change? That's weird. Big ol' arms, huh? I guess Gar Pike have, like in real life, have been around for quite some time. Maybe there are, like, some relatives of the Gar Pike that are the way that they're described here. Or at least something similarly monstrous. I believe that. I believe that. Let's get a good look at this Gar Pike. I want to see it up close. Show me that icon. Ah, yeah. Look at that, friend. Gar. Where's the eye on that? I'm not sure where the eye is. Well, let's get drawing. Okay. Do I just match the print? I might be biased towards Gar, so this might be a cuter Gar than they should be. Or Gar Pike, I should say. I'm going a little bit light. You probably can't see it really at all yet. Unfortunately. How do I make that body? Yeah, okay. Yeah, sorry that most of this is going to be a little bit hidden for the time being. Until I get some color under it. It's going to be pretty hard to see what I'm doing. Okay, and we got this cool little fin like this. The arms like a gooboo. I guess the real question is, how was a gooboo described in that time? Think about it. I'm gonna call that good enough. And the back has sort of this shape to it. Then we got our big old tail. And then we got these, like, just like the other pikes, it's got these, like, fins that go up along the side of the tail. But yeah. Look at that tail. That's beautiful. I love it. I think it looks great. Let's add a little bit of a sheen here. I add the sheens in later. Yeah. Okay. General color is brown, but it's like this really nice. I like that brown a lot. I have a hard time with browns. I feel like my browns always end up a little bit I don't know. Just not as I want them to be. In whatever way that happens to be. Closed all our lines. Beautiful. Boom. There's our friend. Now you all can all see them in all their glory. Yeah, that's such a rich brown. How do I get that rich brown? I love it. Did the sound just cut out? Hello? That's weird. My sound cut out. It was my headphones. Never mind. Okay. Oh, yeah. Look at this beautiful boy. Ah. Maybe, lady, who's to say? I couldn't tell you. They do look lovely. Okay, I think I want a bit more of a gray here. Add another layer of wobbles. Bloop. Beautiful. Same on these fins over here. Yes! Ah, Gar is so cool looking. I feel like they would really mess me up if I was like to ever meet one. I think I would, if it wanted to. If it wanted to hurt me, it very much could. But they're very cool looking. Where's Garweek? We need Garweek. Alright. Not too much of a fan of this, but okay. Oh, I see. Let's see, maybe I can lower the opacity a little bit. It's like, this white is more accurate, but I really liked the brown more. It's very funny. Yeah, maybe I'll just do that. That looks pretty good. Yeah, I like that a lot. Let's do the same thing with the tail, actually. Lower the opacity just a little bit, just a little bit. Okay. Eyeball-wise, I have absolutely no idea what to go with. I'm just going to make them, I think, black. It just looks like it has a beady black eye, if you ask me. We will, however, need to clear this out to do that. Beautiful. And while we're here, just add a little bit of a highlight. Yeah. Alright. Beautiful. Alright. We need a little bit of a sheen across the back of this friend. Just a couple of spots. splotches here and there. Getting much better at doing those, I think. Just like, here's just a little bit of wiggles, and don't worry, it looks good. I'm like, dang, it does look good, though. I would not have expected it to look so good. But turns out, it's all you need. I haven't been doing it a ton, but I've been doing it a little bit. I've noticed the effect. Alright, beautiful! Next, we just want our normal shades and highlights, and we'll call it good there. Alright. Well, this is getting near the end. A name is in order. And I have a name ready that is very bad in the chamber. So you're gonna want to get a better name. As quickly as you can. I know that that does not actually encourage anyone to suggest something. That just makes people go like, ooh, I want to know what bad name you had in your mind. Oh, I love this one. This is my favorite one so far, probably. I really like Gar. I don't know when I was like, Gar exists. I don't know, I just saw a picture once and I went, that's adorable. I don't think I've ever done any research on them. I should. I should. Oh, wow. Don't forget to lower the opacity for that. Okay. Real Industrious says, an underappreciated good beaky boy. Yeah. They're so cool. I'm not sure about these highlights. I think maybe I'm ruining it. I have no idea. Boop. There we go. Just a little bit more down here. A little bit down here. Lucas Blood says, they remind me of a Boston cream donut. Oh, you're right. Or like an eclair or something. Very much. I'm really happy with the coloration I did here. I don't know. It like landed really well for me. For me personally, my personal opinion. Not like, dang it, I'm wording that wrong. I don't mean, I think I did amazing. I mean, it works for my preferences. For my sensibilities. And a little bit more here. What else going on there? What is this? There's something missing here, and I don't know what it is. Oh, got it. Okay. Maybe just one more down here. is. Just a little. You don't have time, Darcy. Keep going. Alright, fine. Say as I still do it. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna call that good. We're gonna call that good. We gotta. It's important. Edit. Crop. Yes, please. I need to turn off this layer and this layer. And then save as. This is one of them big ones that's gonna take up way too much way too much space. Gar Pike. Does Gar Pike have 2 R's for some reason? No. Don't know why I thought it did. They have levels? Level 48. What the heck? Oh, yeah. Okay. No, I have seen that before. I don't know why that threw me. Alright. This one's gonna be a bit hard to fit into the canvas because it's such a chunky boy. They're so chunky. Wow. Maybe I'm just gonna stick them up here. They have all I want to show. Wait, how big were they? How big was our Gar? Our Gar Pike is 43.6 elms. Yeah. I bet you're making the final team. Oh, you're so good. Oh, I love it. I may be biased, but I'm okay with that. Yeah. All right. Beautiful. Okay. So we got a little bit of chatter about Boston cream donuts. Do we want to call them Boston cream? Or donut? Or something? Eclair? Maybe they're a lady Gar named Eclair? That's a cute name. Why is that a lady name? I don't know. Shut up. 43.6 elms. 43.6 elms. Doesn't have to be. I think they're pure water. I almost want to make them like a dragon in a weird way. Like, this kind of description where they're like, they're from the ancient codex. We can find that they are a 30-yom monstrosity. Like, they have that, like, epic lore, they're the spawn of dragon sort of energy to them, but I think that's just wishful thinking. I think they're just water. Alright. Real Industry said sure. I don't know which name that is. I'm gonna say a Claire, I think. Oh, because Claire. That's why. It made sense. Yeah. She's a Claire. Beautiful. Because I think that Boston Cream is a bit of a weird name, especially with Boston not being a thing. So, we're moving right along. Okay. The next place we need to go, according to my list, is Central Tonalon, Lower Soot Creek. How do I do this? Is this the exit? Where's the exit? This way? There it is. Your mount can fly no higher. Alright. Lower Soot Creek. Do I have that? I do. Lower Soot Creek is somewhere. Is that Lower Soot Creek? No, it's Upper Soot Creek. Okay, so the goal would be to fly down here, then like back up maybe? Okay, interesting. Why did I decide to do that? I don't know. Oh no, there's some bug or something. I'm gonna land. I think I hit some maybe I'm wrong, but I think that maybe that was a bug based on the fact that no, this is just high. Okay, never mind. Weird. Lower Soot Creek is at 17.26. Then I'll do Upper. Then I'll do Unholy Air, and then the Clutch. Beautiful. Is this Lower Soot Creek? Looks like Lower Soot Creek to me. Lower Soot Creek. With the Spriggans and the Surfid Clouds. That's how you know there's going to be some good fish around, right? That'd be kind of fun if there was, like, more fish that had, like, cared more about the rest of the environment. Like, maybe if something dies in the river, that will spawn a fish. Or, like, you need to, like, kite something over here so that it hangs out and they go, ooh, look at these surfids. I'm going to see if I can eat some. I don't know. It doesn't need to be more complicated like that, but, yeah, it'd be kind of cute. Once or twice. Especially if it isn't, like, some super rare, hard-to-catch, like, ridiculous fish, and instead it's just, like, meh. Brass loach. I think we caught a brass loach already. Brass... Yes, we caught a brass loach in Murmur Rills named Barbara. There you have it. What else do we have available? There are bone crayfish, which we've caught. Dusk goby, which I think we've caught. It's, like, so tiny. Brass loach, maiden carp, dark bass. We've caught everything here except for the ones I've literally never caught. So odds don't seem great that we're going to catch something. Wow. Okay, dusk goby, we will double check, but I'm very certain we caught a dusk goby. Our dusk goby was caught at the Morning Widow. Their name was Little Grumpus. They're 3.3 elms. That's so cute. So yeah. We have caught a maiden carp, right? I just realized I went right by the maiden carp. It's entirely possible that I'm just wrong about that one. I think we caught a maiden carp. I'm going to double check maiden carp after this one. So if this is new and we haven't caught a maiden carp, this one doesn't count. It's a dusk goby. Okay. Find maiden carp. Oh, we've just never caught a maiden carp. I have no idea why. I just assumed we did. Weird. Why would I assume that? All right. Great. Well, we accidentally fished more times than we were supposed to, but we're still using the first non-duplicate that we caught, which was the maiden carp. All right. That was weird. You land a maiden carp, measuring 10.2 elms. Okay. Weird. Why did I do that? Okay.
Maiden carp. Large schools of these dark silver fish can be found in the White Maiden and her tributaries. Their tendency to gather in great numbers make them quite easy to catch, and as such they have been a staple for those living in the Twelveswood since the time of the first settlers.
Well, here we are in Ulda, not so much. Not Ulda. Tonalon. Not the Black Shroud, but here they are. I didn't realize how many, like, fish were... I thought once I got into Tantalon, I'd start getting fish that were not so common elsewise, but I guess that sort of makes sense. At least in the regions that are water. Maiden carp. Okay. Alright, maiden carp. I'm going to write down your details first before I get distracted. 10.2 ilms, because I don't want to miss that. I hope I didn't, like, ignore a maiden carp earlier today. I was like, oh yeah, maiden carp. We definitely caught one of those. No, it's just a very generic sounding name. Weird. Wait, this one, the C is capitalized. Wait a minute. Mom, kelp. Bone, crayfish. Maiden carp. Why was that? Brass loach. Yeah. Sea cucumber. Harbor herring. Coral butterfly. Well, now I'm all confused. Because we definitely... This does not matter at all to anyone but me. What was it that we caught? We caught something. And I was like, oh, that's weird. That the name was wrong. Where was it? Central? No. It only had 2 spots. What am I thinking of? Was it northern tunnel? It was northern. Okay. Must have been the cerulean. I must have just been looking in my, like, chat log or something, because I think I was thinking of the grip killifish, and it does have a capital K. I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, my notes here say grip killifish with lowercase k. I thought that for some reason they... I'm an idiot. Okay. Yeah! What an important detour. Okay. Where were we? I'm worried that I did catch a maiden carp earlier and didn't notice. Because it sounded so familiar. Anyway, cool. That's just a water type. Nothing special going on here. Let's draw it. Do-do-do-do. I didn't turn on the layer yet. There it is. Hello, Eclair. Boop. Alright, so what is the shape of this fish? The general fish shape that we're looking at here is... Ooh, okay. It's got, like, this kind of, sort of like... Whoop, almost? Not quite. Oh, I like that. Yeah. Then, balloons outward. Carp are pretty cool. I think most of the carp have the same thing. And that's another reason. Like, obviously we've caught other carp, so I didn't realize. But, yeah, I could have sworn I'd caught a maiden carp before. But that description, I didn't recognize the description either, so. Very weird. What's the shape of this? Why can't I get that shape right? Okay, cool. We're gonna call that good. The face is actually kind of pointy, though. Yeah, no, I'm pretty happy with that shape. It'll do. Our beautiful maiden. That's funny. Maiden is a weird term, honestly. Alright, fin on the back. There's like a kind of lumpy fin here. It kind of does like this. Is that right? I'm going to say something like that. That seems more realistic. Then a little fin down here. Big. Is this a big old fin like that? Wait, what am I looking at? I think it is. Either it's a big old fin, or it's like a fin down here and a fin up here. I'm not really sure which. I'm gonna say it looks like this. Yeah. This is... Why did I draw this fish this way? Can anybody explain that? They said like sort of a dark blue, black, silver. I'm just seeing dark. Yeah. This is what I'm seeing. Then it's sort of a gradient. Let's just use like something like this. Oh yeah, I still have radial on. That looks pretty good actually. Huh. Yeah, maybe I should use radial more often. That looks pretty good. I quite like that. Cool. Yeah, looks great. Alright, maybe a little of the opacity snitch. And moving on. Moving right along. Actually, maybe we're just gonna... Yeah, let's actually just go quick. I see no reason to dawdle on this one. We got our line art. That took a while. Now we just need to do a little bit of highlighting. And a little bit of shadowing. Shadowing? I think people normally just call that shading. It's shadowing. We're gonna follow the fish, you see. Oh, I understand now. Yes, that would be called shadowing. Okay, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful fish. I would say it looks a little flat right now. So I'm not sure if I can, like, make it look a bit more roundy. Probably not. How do you make a fish look round? I don't know. Come on. We're gonna call that good. All right, next. Over here, over there. A little bit down here. I kind of like that large shadow. I think that was a good touch. Makes it seem a lot more, I don't know, like round. Yeah. 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 That's what it was missing, probably. Sounds reasonable. Maybe it's even true. Great. There's one little thing I want to change, which is this is slightly... Yeah, there we go. That's it. That's the fish. We're done. We need to name everybody. This is our maiden carp. Are they not gorgeous? Crop. Go. Remove. File. Save as. PNG. Maiden carp. Save. Okay. Go. Beautiful. Drop a name. Not a name. Drop a picture. Maiden carp. Blop. How big is our maiden carp? I don't remember. It's 10 ilms, right? No, I did remember, apparently. Sweet. 10 ilms. I think we might want to start turning. This is time to turn some fish. Rotate 90 degrees clockwise. That looks very silly. And I'm okay with it. Alright, maiden carp. Maiden carp. We need a name. No one's giving a name, so I'm going to give it a name. The name is going to be Mallory. We didn't already do a Mallory, right? That would have been amazing if we did. Find Mallory. There's only one Mallory here. And it's the one I just wrote. Beautiful. Mallory the maiden carp. To Upper Soot Creek we go. 23 by 18. We see that one. Upper Soot Creek's right here. Why did I do it this way? Oh, it's actually this way. Okay, I was going the wrong way. Alright, while we're traveling, Upper Soot, Lower Soot, where's the next one gonna be? So after this, we're gonna go to Unholy Air, which is 28 by 19. Okay, I can see that. Yeah, that makes sense. It's over in the east there. There's the creek. We can see it from here. And let's sit on this bridge. That sounds lovely if you ask me. Oops. Oh, wow. What a great height for me. Upper Soot Creek. Oh, look at that F over there. Nice. And we catch another maiden carp. Okay. I wonder if I did catch other maiden carp earlier and I just ignored them. Silverfish, Ignis Snail, giant bass. I don't think I did today at very least. Bone crayfish. We have caught that, right? I remember very much being like, come on, bone crayfish. And eventually I think we did catch it. We did. We did catch the bone crayfish. Very good. Alright. That's our second attempt. Maiden carp, bone crayfish. 3 more tries, including this one. I actually haven't looked at our list. Let's see what's available. Ooh, not too many options in this pool. We might just not have any options here. Bone crayfish, dust goby, brass loach, maiden carp, dark bass. No, there's no viable catches. There are no viable catches unless somehow we happen to be in the correct time and weather restriction for this fish. Everything else we've caught here. I was wondering if we'd ever come to a point where there was literally no catches possible. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is our last attempt. This is our last attempt. But that's expected, right? And this is part of why this rule exists, because we don't want to end up in a situation where there's literally nothing available except for something super rare like this. So that is another failure to catch. Real Industrious says, tunnel on holes are a bit sparse. Yeah. I guess, like, what's interesting is, instead of having fewer holes, like, I'm actually amazed how many fishing spots there are in Tunnelon. There's, like, 30 if you include Mordona, which I don't know why you would, but I am. But instead of having really, really few, it's just that they're kind of empty. This is the undiscovered fishing hole. It should be the air, or whatever it's called, something air. So, let's see what we get. Cast your line to the undiscovered fishing hole. Something bites. A maiden carp at the unholy air. Oops. At the unholy air, we have a bone crayfish. We have maiden carp. we have mud skippers, we have mud crabs, we have acorn snails, and we have dark bass. The only other two are these ones that I've never seen before. And I'm pretty sure we've caught everything here. Okay. I mean, maybe Tantalon will be faster than we think, if this keeps being the trend. It feels like cheating almost, but I gotta stick to my rules, you know? These are the rules. And we'll get to see what our actual catches are at the end of this whole thing, and I'd love to see what other people's catches are, if they ever decide to do this. I wouldn't, like, hyper recommend people actually, you know, draw everything, because that takes a really long time. But, if other people want to do this, I think it's a very cool experience to sort of just, you know, just see what you get, right? It's like one of the big appeals of Nuzlocke is not that your Pokemon die, it's that you are forced to try different Pokemon, right? Really, like, appreciate ones that you otherwise might overlook. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is our last attempt. And have we caught anything interesting? Maiden carp, mud crab. We definitely have caught those. Bone crayfish. Okay. So none that I'm even, like, a little bit curious whether or not. Mud skippers. I'm pretty sure we caught a mud skipper. I will double check that one. But I'm almost certain. Yeah, mud skipper has definitely been caught before. And then, of course, the sludge skipper was recent. Alright. Another fail to catch. We move on to the clutch at 29 by 21. Real Industry says, must be a hardy species to be a fish in Tantalon. What, the mud skipper? The maiden carp? Or just in general? Alright, where? I already forgot where I'm headed. I'm headed to 29 by 21. 29 by 21. There's a wall here. Okay. Wait, no. 29. So this way? Wait, how does that work? 29 by 21. Yeah, I know. Oh! Wait, really? It was up where I was? That was the unholy... Oh! I was fishing in the unholy air, right? Yeah. But this is the clutch. Oh! Hello there. Alright, there we go. It was right here. Yeah, and I guess it's the only spot you can actually fish here because there's like an invisible wall here. It's funny that the invisible walls are on the map. I do enjoy that. A bone crayfish. Alright. Let's see what we have. This is the clutch. The bone crayfish, which we've caught. The dusk goby, which we've caught. The brass loach, which we've caught. The maiden carp, which we've caught. And the dark bass. All of these are just the same as all the other holes here. Wow. I wonder, if I did this again, would I want to start in Tantalon? Like, it seems like Tantalon has a lot of crossover, but would that... Like, I'm curious if there are locations in Lenosha or Gridania that have these fish in them, but other fish as well that I never saw, and I could have, like, used these fish in Tantalon and then got those other rarer fish there. I don't know. Or other different fish in those spots. It's possible. But yeah, we're just going through the motions here. Bone crayfish, bone crayfish, bone crayfish. Yeah. So 3 bone crayfish. And something bigger. And this last one here, if anyone's looking at this and doesn't know, that's going to be the big fish of the area, so... Odds are I'm not even in the right time, let alone likely that I would be able to catch it with a versatile lure. Which is technically possible, but not likely. Not likely. Alright, this is our last attempt. And that's a bone crayfish. I kind of thought there'd be more like... I guess the thing is there's actually not much desert fishing or dune fishing. So, even though you'd think, oh, they're going to have unique species in Tonalon because that's the only place with dune fishing. It's actually a lot of water that doesn't have anything unique in it, it turns out. Disappointing. Alright, next place on our list. That is the end of our run through Central Tonalon. We're moving to Eastern Tonalon, which we should be able to do somewhere. Is that the gate to... That's Steps of Ul'dah. We want to go to... Wait, where are we going? Are we cutting through somewhere? I know there's one spot I need to... Oh, no, Eastern Tonalon's at the top. Oh, I see. I see. My route was smart. I understand why I did my route the way I did now. We go from Northern Tonalon, down to lower, up to upper, then hit this one, then hit this one, and then go to Eastern Tonalon. Okay. When I planned this route, it was a good plan. I just forgot what it was. What is that shiny thing? Crestfallen Merchant. Hello? Oh, you're just like the intro to the fate, aren't you? Okay. Are you? I'm gonna talk to you. I would have died with this tea and noble ladies away. Did I mention this? What are you talking about? Alright. Glad I stopped and said hello. I have a place to be. What am I doing? Can I go on top of this, or are they gonna bar me? Oh, I can. Ooh, this is cool. Never been up there before. Alright. Eastern Tonalon. Where to first? North Drybone at 13 by 20. Which I do not have discovered. Alright, 13 by 20. Should just be north from here. Oh! Okay. This little puddle, huh? I suppose so. Quite pretty. I have so many screenshots. I really like taking screenshots in this game. I do kind of wish there was like a photography element. Like, you could take screenshots, but it'd be cool if there was some kind of like, you know, aether chemical photography thing you could use. And I don't just mean like the sightseeing log. I just mean like, I don't know. I think it'd be cool. So, that was a mud crab. We've already caught a mud crab. What can we catch here in North Drybone? Dusk gobies, mud skippers, fairy bass, acorn snails, mud crabs, something I've never caught, and the big fish. Ooh, this is gonna be disappointing. Oh, what? Okay. Alright. Sorry, Tonalon. Didn't mean to insult you. Whoa. Okay. We got something new. Oh, I need to close this? Okay. The Bone Cleaner. New snail.
Bone Cleaner. A freshwater snail that survives solely on the carrion of animals that get caught and perish in the sucking mud of swamps and marshes.
Bone Cleaner's a badass. What? Alright, sweet. Bone Cleaner. How big is it? It's 14 inches. 14.1 ilms. How big are our other snails? I want to know. I'm gonna do a little quick check. Find snail. Our Ignis Snail was 4.6 ilms, and our Acorn Snail was 5.7 ilms. Bone Cleaner is massive. Oh yeah. All right, let's go. Yeah. All right. Ah, snails are rad. How do I want to draw this? Okay. We got our little wispy antennae here. We got a little bloop for the mouth. Mostly it's in the coloration of that shell. It is beautiful. All of these have basically the same shape because, you know, they decided that snails are all the same. I was just saying earlier about how, like, the reusing is actually kind of cool in this game, in the fishing part. Because you get to sort of see the same kind of species and, like, notice trends. It's a little bit less so when it comes to, like, the snails, because they're literally just all the same. They're all just snails. So you're not, like, noticing trends, because, like, you already knew that. They're snails. How do I make that loop in proper? I'm not sure. Does the shell actually, like, veer out a bit? Let me get a zoom in on this. Maybe. Yeah, I think it does. There's like a little black edge to it. There's like a black lip there. So it's kind of like... something like this, maybe? Okay. And then how's the snail at the shell? It kind of like loops up a little bit to make room for the snail, I guess. I like snails. I haven't really thought much about their anatomy before. Bone Cleaner. So what is the Bone Cleaner? Is Bone Cleaner even water? Like, it is a water snail. It's not a land snail, but... I mentioned before how, like, basically every fish in Pokemon is water. Because it's a fish. And largely, water type means fish. So, I don't know if living in the water is enough to be water type. Unless you're a fish. So maybe this isn't water type. You made the other ones water type though, right? I did, yeah. Ignis Snail was water fire because it's called Ignis Snail, even though it really shouldn't be counted as fire. I just think it's cool. I think Acorn was just a pure water. I could double check that though, actually. Bone Cleaner. That was a weird, weird angle you're going with. Yeah, I kind of am regretting it, but I'm gonna stick with it. It's getting big. It's not fitting properly on my canvas. so this part goes up like this. Another part over here that does the same. Something like that. I think I'd probably just not do this here. Because it just like makes it a bit too cluttered from a design standpoint, even if it should actually. Actually, no, that looks kind of cool. Something like that. Not really sure how the eyes look at the end of these. I don't know if I want to add them. They're probably going to look silly. Well, the other ones had eyes. You know what? That's true. All the other ones did have eyes. I kind of want to give them, like angry eyes, because I think it's funny, but... Dang it. Spending too much time on these eyes. I am. It's not interesting. Okay. Then this comes down into, like, a face thing, which looks some of, like, this. So, I want to give it, like, a cute little mouth. Kind of like how I draw crab mouths, actually, now that I think about it. But yeah, you can see it sort of goes up into this, and then back down again. Not really sure how that functions. Kind of works. I don't know if I'm happy with this. I kind of hate it. Disappointing. Okay. We're gonna call the shell fine. I'm gonna change this mouth though. I don't like it. I think it's kind of accurate to what we're seeing, but it's not very cute. I can't really get it to work the way I think it should work, so we're just gonna go silly with it. Yeah, it's weird. Like, you can see it coming up, you know? How do the others look? The other snails. Yeah, they all have that same sort of thing. So it's not like it's unique. Okay. Alright. I'd really like a little, like, hee, kind of like, rawr, kind of a look, but I don't think I can do that. There we go. Give it a little tooth. Alright, beautiful. We're gonna go with that. Actually, let's undo what I did to the eyes there. But I do like that little tooth. That's really funny. Alright. We're going to call that good. The whole thing needs to move a little bit so it's better in frame. There we go. Generally speaking, we've got kind of a fleshy body here. It's kind of gray. It's kind of yellow. I don't know how you do that. Alright. Something like this. Great. Then we've got sort of a yellowish thing. You like the little tooth? I'm glad. Alright. add a little bit more to the shell here. I think I just want to have this part like basically completely black inside the shell there. And then the shell itself is this stripy nonsense, which is great. Kind of like a dark brown. I feel like so this part of the bottom here actually goes something like that, I think. And then there's also all these rings across it. I think what I'd actually want to do is I want to do those as a clipping mask. So we'll just go with sort of this yellow to start. It's a bit much, really, but that's okay. Add a little clipping mask there. And we want this kind of sort of brownish black. Might be a bit too dark, actually. See if we can make it a bit browner. And then we want our rings. So ring, ring, ring. I don't think I'm going to be too precious with this. Just kind of doing rings as we go. Then kind of light ring here. And then another thicker ring right at the end. That seems like that should look good. Let's try it. Good, good. Oops. Now it looks like a bee fish. Which sounds like an insult. Bee fish. Bee fish. It's kind of bee fish. It's not what I meant. But it's kind of funny. Alright. Yeah. It's gonna need a little bit of other sort of coloration, some like lighter tones, just kind of like modeled in here, I think, to make it really look right. Yeah, I think that works. Bone cleaner. And then we'll do the same thing here, but with like a light color. Beautiful. Okay. Next, we need a little bit of just shading down here. Something like this, I think. Underneath. Like that. And a little bit down like here. It does kind of have this weird like up and down, so maybe I can do that in the coloration. Great. Cool. A little bit more shadow under here, I think. Beautiful. Add a little bit more actually of that sort of like shimmery highlight, because I think that this part needs some too. How does that look actually? Kind of like, I guess something like this. You know, I haven't done much today or at all today, is little speckling. I do like little speckly dots. Maybe I should do that. Oh well, this will have to do. Oh, also, just a little bit of shadow into the mouth. Yeah. I think that's done. I haven't even done like my normal highlighting stuff because I kind of did this different highlighting thing. So I still think I should drop in the normal highlights just for consistency. But I don't know if it needs it, honestly. And then, again... Oops, that's not a clipping mask. Oop, there we go. A little bit down here. Alright, anyone have a name for our ferocious friend? Are they actually ferocious? They're a carrion feeder. I don't know. I think it's funny to think of them as ferocious, though. Because they are, but they're also not. Like, they're not going to attack anybody, but they are going to eat, you know, animals. A little bit over here, too. Beautiful. Okay. Calling that good. Kind of want to give them like floating eyebrows, like cartoon floating eyebrows. I think it would be really funny. File, save as, PNG, the bone cleaner. Save. All right, beautiful. Kind of looks like a bee. How about Bumble, says Real Industry. That sounds perfect, yeah. They definitely have that bee energy. I definitely saw that when I was drawing them. They're big, right? They're like 14 elms or something. Yeah, 14.1 elms. Pretty dang big. Especially for a snail. Probably our biggest snail so far, honestly, but I don't think I actually drew them any bigger. Bone cleaner. Alright, let us get them recorded. They are, I think, just pure water. Yeah, are they pure water? What are they? I mean, they're a water snail. They get to be water type. I don't think they really are another type. Not really. Nah, just water. Water's fine. They're not dark. They're like, they're just hanging out. They're not like mean about it. Nickname, Bumble. Bumble's very good. Alright, we're moving on to Southern Dry Bone, which is 17 by 25. Okay, 17 by 25 means I need to go this way, I think. Where's 17 by 25? I'm at 25. I'm at 17. This way? Oh, I'm not looking at my map properly. Alright, it should be here. Ah, there it is. Beautiful. All these, like, weird scattered holes that I've never actually fished at before. Yeah. Oh, look at that. You can usually see it on the map. Beautiful. Catching a fish. Catching a fish. We got a mud crab. Alright. Let's see what's available here. The options are dust goby, mud skipper, fairy bass, acorn snail, mud crab, and the bone cleaner. So we would have had a few opportunities to get that bone cleaner if we failed last time. But yeah, exactly the same pool. North dry bone, south dry bone, effectively the same place. Once again, that means unless we happen to be in the right time period, the right window, and we happen to successfully catch a fish, a big fish, off of a versatile lure, there's no viable catches in this location. Disappointingly. We'll still do all the catches, you know, you never know. I mean, you do know if you pay attention, but I'm not. So mud crab, dust goby. At very least, I will be able to say I did fish at each one of these spots, even if I didn't end up drawing anything for all of them, because they weren't all original. Another bone cleaner, very cool. And I think this is the last one, right? 2 mud crabs, a dust goby, and a bone cleaner. Okay. Bone cleaner was another 14.6 this time. So yeah, I guess they're just generally that big. Oh, actually, it was a large-sized one, actually. So I don't know. Maybe it was only big because it was big. Not because they generally often are. Fairy bass. Well, I will double-check the fairy bass, but I know we did because we talked about whether or not it should be fairy type or not. Yeah, fairy bass we caught at Bronze Lake Shallows. We named them Frankie. Alright, 5 duplicates. To the Ugram River at 25-22. Now, I think I know the Ugram River, if I remember correctly. I don't remember correctly. I'm thinking of something entirely different. Never mind. I mean, I do know the Ugram River, but, you know, I'm still kind of just... I'm still thinking of something else, though. 25-22. So where is that? I am... (25/22). Okay, so we're 22. We're 25. Here it is. Perfect. Undiscovered fishing hole. Yeah, I've just never been to, like, so many of these spots. The game really doesn't take you out this way. I have been to the Burning Wall, though, as you can see here, and that's because I wanted to catch a gigant pole, and that's where you catch those. Honestly, we could catch a gigant pole. They don't have any unique warm water trout. Is that new? It doesn't sound new. It sounds like the kind of thing that we've probably caught before, but it's a warm water trout. Yeah. We have never caught a warm water trout. We've caught a princess trout, we've caught a rainbow trout, and we've caught a crimson trout, but never a warm water trout. Okay, beautiful. Makes sense. The water here is warmer than other places. Warm water trout. The nickname is not Viant. We don't have a nickname yet. And 16.1 elms. That's a pretty big trout. That's a pretty big trout right there. Very good. Let us see what the description. Oh, it's not on the right. I gotta close this and reopen it. Ooh, warm water trout. We've also never caught this. Oh, it has time restrictions. Interesting. Really? Huh. Dark bass, Ugram salmon. I was thinking of the Ugram salmon. I think we've already caught a Ugram salmon. Midden, and then time restriction, and then who knows. Warm water trout.
Warm water trout. This freshwater fish can only survive in tepid waters, such as those heated by the flows of lava coursing beneath the mighty volcano Ogamoro, or the desert sun of Tanalan.
Its prime locations are in Lenosha? I guess it's Ogamoro, isn't it? Yeah. No, Ogamoro's in Lenosha. That makes sense. Alright. Cool. It's a trout. Okay, cool. Great. Let's do that. No reason to, yeah. Just start drawing. Alright, so warm water trout. General shape is very trouty, so that makes sense. Sort of this shape, coming down for the tail, then a body. It's kind of bass-ish, isn't it? Is it the same as the bass? That would be interesting. I feel like it's not as tall as I've made it. Huh. They got a nice, like, big old mouth here. I do like a big old mouth. It's very funny to put in silhouette. Just like an open mouth like that. Then they got a big old fin on the back. A little old fin on the side here. Actually, it's not like that. It looks more like this. I might actually redraw these lines. These lines look really weak to me. So I will probably redo them after I've got them down. Alright. Great. How are we doing so far? I don't know. With all the, like, misses, I have no idea how quickly I've been doing the fish. I don't know why I keep going back to look at the fish. I've got this, like, perfect outline right in front of me. I guess because if I can modify it, it would be nice too. Yeah, I guess. Okay. Beautiful. A little fin to the back here. The other fin I drew actually looks really good. Oh well. A little bit more height. Yeah, there we go. That's better. This fin back here. Beautiful. A little weird fin like that. Don't know what's up with it, but there it is. I don't know if this fin's on the side or on the bottom. I kind of like it on the side. I think that sounds kind of cute. 2 side fins. Yeah. I'd say that checks out. The mouth is a bit weird. Okay. Clean up these lines. Warm water trout. Great. All right, add in some color. We are looking for kind of just a brown into a lighter brown into a white. Okay. Somehow I, like, nailed it with that Gar Pike. I don't know if I'm going to be able to nail it again here. Or even if it should be the same. Hard to say. Okay, into sort of a lighter brown, which is just kind of... something like this, maybe? Okay, and then into sort of this, like, very light color down here. Alright, cool. Then maybe I'll do another overlay. I haven't been using those very much in this, but kind of want different colors for different parts without actually changing my colors, so... Not super sure if I actually like this color that I'm ended up using. Let's do a little bit of a huge shift, see if I can find anything that works better. Ooh, I kind of like that red. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Alright, maybe a little bit lighter. Beautiful. Love it. Okay. Next, we will actually do our normal shading layer. I've been thinking a bunch about, like, how I'm gonna eventually, like, edit this into a video. I've never done, like, a scripted, edited video of the kind that I'm imagining, so I'm, like, excited and nervous, I guess. I think it's gonna be good, but I also don't know if there's enough actual content. Like, I've really enjoyed this series, but it's also, like, how do you talk about it? Like, what even is this? It's just me drawing fish, I guess. There still have been, like, moments where I'm like, I'm really nervous and stuff, and, like, you know, there's some excitement going on, but I don't know how I'm gonna convey it to people. Like, believe me, this is stressful. It's funny. Something like that. It seems about right, I guess. I don't know. This. Maybe I don't need to talk about it much. Maybe people just enjoy the fish. I don't know. I think I do actually have a lot to talk about. I just need to sit down and, like, try scripting for, like, the first time ever and see how it goes. A little bit up here, a little bit over here. And I haven't drawn the eye yet, so just... There we go, perfect. Alright, warm water trout is finished. We need a name. Actually, I'm gonna do one more thing, actually. Okay, that's it. I just wanted to do that. Warm water trout. Wow, something in my throat there. Alright. File. Save as. Warm water trout. Seems like he's wearing camo, so maybe Rambo says Real Industria? Okay, I can see that. Rambo is a very funny name. Quite like it. How big is this friend again? They're like 14? 16 elms. 16 elms. Okay. Decently sized fish, but not the biggest fish. Let's stick you up at the top. Let's rotate you. Rotate clockwise. Oh, actually, I need a new group, I just realized. Because I'm not in Mordona anymore. I'm now in Tonalon. Tonalon group. Okay, so, warm water trout, that should be under Tonalon. Bone cleaner, that should be under Tonalon. Is the maiden carp Tonalon? I think so, right? Yes. The Gar Pike is Tonalon. The grip killifish is Tonalon. Okay, great. Main carp, Gar Pike, grip killifish, but the knife fish is not. Okay, beautiful. We've got that all sorted out now. Love to see it. All right. We need to name our friend Rambo. Which I think the description is just like, I mean, they hang out in the hot areas. Are they hot? Are they a fire type? Are they water fire? I think they're water fire. Can only survive. I mean, obviously they're not as much like fire type as like hell fishing is, but there's no hell fishing in A Realm Reborn, so not relevant. All right, beautiful. Let us continue on our way. Are we heading to the Burning Wall now? I think we are. Nice. If we get a gigant pool, that would be... I mean, there's no way, but also... How far do I need to go before I can start fishing? Like, can I just fish right here? Probably. Look at all that. Ooh, look at that waterfall. Is that what we're fishing into? That waterfall there? It's the Burning Wall. Here we are. Okay, Burning Wall. What is a viable catch? Can we catch a Ugrim salmon? I think we've already caught one. Bonnie tongue. Caught it. Discus. We have not caught a discus, I'm sure. Ignis Snail. Loyal Pleco. I don't think we've caught a Loyal Pleco either. There's some good options here. We got an Ignis Snail. Continue. Once a try again. Knife fish, Southern Pike, and the Gigant Pole. Plus 2 more undiscovered ones that have conditions. Southern Pike. I don't think we caught a Southern Pike. We've caught a Northern Pike, but not a Southern Pike. I will simply double check just in case. We have caught an Angry Pike, a Northern Pike, and a Gar Pike, but never a Southern Pike.
Southern Pike. Though classified as a freshwater fish native to the Valdonia and Hathova rivers, this particular wavekin can survive in the brackish delta where the wide waterways spill into the Sea of Jade. The southern pike will eat almost anything that will fit in its mouth, including fish, shells, frogs, even squirrels and birds.
Sure, why not? If it can fit in your mouth, I say go for it. Alright. We've caught a southern pike. It is 19 ilms. 0.0 ilms. And I think it's just water type. Just because it is a voracious eater does not mean that it is dark or fighting or anything. It's normal. Alright. We will need a name shortly, but first, we must draw. Alright. Bye, Rambo. What do we have? So the southern pike, according to... So interestingly, the northern pike description says the only difference between a northern pike and a southern pike is the color of their tails. And a southern pike does not acknowledge northern pikes existing at all in its description. I love that. That's great. But yeah, they do look identical. Cool. I think maybe... Oh, can I get like a big old mouth? Pike rivalry? Yes. What did I just draw? Why did I draw this? Alright. How do I get that shape? It's sort of like... They got this like really cool head shape. Something like that. Maybe we'll make it a little squirter. Why did I give you such a, like, normal looking eye? That's really weird. Are you sure you're drawing a pike? No, it's definitely a pike. What are you talking about? This is definitely what a pike looks like. Alright, if you say so. I mean, I trust you on this. It's gonna look like a pike. Don't worry about it. I think this lip actually needs to go a little bit larger. That's better. Okay. No fins on the back to speak of that I can see. Let's get a closer look. Yeah, no fins on the back. Then it's got that, like, side fin, and then it's got those, like, fins on the tail. So, like, whoop, little thing here, and then little thing here, and then big old tail. Tail actually is a bit more segmented than that, so let's just cut it in like this. Something like this. The way I've drawn this, this looks like the pre-evolution of the northern pike, which is very funny. I don't know what's up with this eye. Why did I do their eye this way? There we go. That looks a bit more reasonable. All right. Yeah, beautiful. Love it. All right, coloration-wise, they are kind of greenish, but also, like, not, because they're fish. More like this color, maybe? Is that showing up? It does show up. Beautiful! That's lovely, actually. I love that. Yeah, cool. Though I think this might need to be a little bit more. There it is. Great. We do need this last little bit over here, and then blue tail. I mean, that's really it. Like, there's some like coloration of like going into sort of a gray-white, but mostly it's just the tail. What blue is that? It's kind of like a tealy blue almost, actually. Like this? Not quite. You know, actually, do that color to start and then add to it. Okay. Beautiful. You. Oops. There's a little gap somewhere. I don't see it, but... Well, I'm gonna hope that sound is nothing. Okay. And then we'll add a little bit more bluer. That is... I'm so sorry, everybody. There. Should I just mute my mic for a little bit? Okay, that seemed to be better. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what it was. Maybe a smoke alarm. It seems like it sounded like people were testing something, like a smoke alarm. But there was like not just the sound, which is right there, but also like some discussion of it. So I just didn't really want like people in the hall on mic, if I could help it. Okay. And a little bit down across the like head, maybe. I really like this one. It's a little bit sillier than the way I drew the northern pike, but I think it's quite cute. All right. Let's not spend too much time on this. We may. They're rivals. It's okay. This is real industrial. Oh, dang. What the heck? Been really enjoying this sort of highlighting style, which I wasn't doing at all earlier in the series. I don't want to, like, change the style too much, but I do quite like it. Okay. Okay, that should be good. I feel like I'm missing something, but I'm not really sure what I'm missing. Oh well. Yeah, let's add in. Do they have a white eye? Why would their eye be white? Do you want to make it a color? Let's make it a color. Let's make it like a yellow eye or something. You're just gonna make something up? I'm just gonna make something up, yeah. Boom. They have a yellow eye now. That's the way that it is, because I decided so. I'm very happy with this. Like, I'm always really impressed with how well just, like, sort of the two-tone, like, this blue and this blue, just having those next to each other just actually looks really good. With no actual, like, gradient. Like, I feel like often in my own art, my personal art, I get very, like, hung up on, like, this needs to sort of blend together. And it's like, I don't know if it does. It looks really good like this. I think. Alright, I'm gonna call that good. I like it. Do we have a name for this friend? The rival of the Northern Pike? What's a good rival character name? I quite like this one a lot. Southern Pike. Southern Pike. There it is. And how big are they again? They are 19 elms. Pretty big. I don't know how big are... You can't even see the Northern Pike on here anymore because they're covered up. I don't know where they are. They're somewhere. They're somewhere on here. Hey, it's Greg. How you doing? I have just drawn a Southern Pike, and they need a name. Let's like rotate you a bit, I think, maybe. Rotate counterclockwise. Maybe I'll just do that. Yeah, there we go. How goes the fish? The fish are being pretty good, but also kind of weird. Because I have this rule that if I cast 5 times at a location without catching a unique species, like a new species, right, like Dupe's Claws, I miss my encounter. It's just like, you just don't get anything. And, that's happened a lot recently. So, it's been a bit odd. It's been a bit odd. Alright, I need a name for this Southern Pike. What was the Northern Pike's name? Probably something silly. The Northern Pikes... Oh, I should have looked for Pike, not North. There's a lot of Norths in this. Northern Pike was named Shirley. Alright. So the southern pike should be named, Greg says, ah, that's too bad. Here's to getting more encounters. Thank you. I think soon we should be getting into, like, the dune fishing. So there shouldn't be anything that are conflicting there. Those should be all uniques. So that's exciting. Southern pike. If that one was Shirley, I don't know. How about Harley? They got some Harley energy to them. Sure. Why not? Beautiful. This one has some attitude. Needs a name with some stank. Alright. Real Industrial says that works. Alright, cool. They do have some attitude. Alright. Let us move on. Next, we are going to the Burnt Lizard Creek in Southern Tunnelon. There were some cool options here, but Southern Pike will do. Better than missing an encounter as a whole. Alright, where am I actually going? I need to go to... South? Wait, that's the South Shroud. I don't want to go to the South Shroud. Oh, I didn't realize we were so close to the Shroud here. Am I going to Southern Tunnelon? Is that where I'm headed? Yeah, okay, cool. Just head down south. Wait, how do I get around this mountain? This will probably work. Very good. Beautiful. Well, welcome in. Thanks for saying hi. Always lovely to see you. I'm wondering if we actually will finish up today. Because of the missed encounters, even though it's like a shame, it also means that we haven't spent as much time drawing. So it's entirely possible we will actually finish today. Although we only have an hour left, so probably not. Probably not. But I actually might extend the time. I don't mind going a little later today. I've got not as busy today as other places, but whew, there's still a lot of places left. 21 by 15 is where we're headed. So am I already past that? 21 by 15. Right here. Beautiful. Burnt Lizard Creek. Southern Tunnelon, I think, is the one that's most famous for dune fishing. It's got these two holes down here in the sands. Are those the only spots? Those might be the only spots for dune fishing now that I think about it. Am I dropping frames? I think I might be. I'm not sure. Oh well. What do we catch? We got a dark bass. We have caught a dark bass before. Greg says, this place reminds me so much of West Texas / New Mexico. Cool. I am not exceptionally worldly, so I don't know my things. Unfortunate. Ah, oh, good. I almost messed that up. My finger was a little bit to the left. I would have just moved and not caught. A warm water trout. We just caught a warm water trout. So what's available here? Copperfish, which I'm pretty sure we've caught. A warm water trout. A dark bass. A lamp. We've never caught a lamprey. And we've never caught a plaguefish. So there's a couple options here. Yeah, I can see that. Plaguefish. Okay, cool. Is it another poison type?
Plaguefish. This variety of freshwater fish has the queer habit of wearing the skulls of small drowned animals, though it is not known exactly why. Some believe that they are used to intimidate other plaguefish who seek to claim their territory. Others believe that they are messengers of Tal, beckoning lost souls to the afterlife.
They're a psychopomp. Cool. Interesting. Well, I don't think they're poison type. They might be dark, or they might be like... They might even be kind of ghost. Like, they're not ghost, but also, like, Psychopomp is kind of ghost. I don't know. Interesting. We caught one that is 10.1 ilms. Let's record that. Plague. Fish, one word. 10.1 ilms. Water slash something. I don't know. You can decide. I'm going to start on the drawing. I love your Pokedex post. Thank you, Greg. I don't think anyone's commented on it before. It could probably be better. And probably from entry to entry, it has been better or worse. Because my voice is not consistent. In fact, I should drink some water right now. This is a good idea. Okay, so, Plaguefish. Do we want to draw an animal skull on its head? I don't want to figure out how to draw an animal skull. Or is there one in the picture? Wait a minute. I think it does. Oh, yeah. That's a cool... Okay, I see it now. Let's just click over so I can get a full view on that. Probably hard to see on your end because of the screen. Let me actually just remove that so you can take a closer look. Yeah. Weird. Alright. So. First things first, it's got a tail. And it's got a body. It's very Cubone. I love it. Yeah, it does have Cubone energy, Greg. Yeah. I am not sure how I'm going to do this. What type is Cubone anyway? My brain wants them to be normal. They're probably like ground or something, aren't they? I don't know. Okay, I need the actual print. I can't figure this out. Cubone is pure ground. Thank you, Greg. It's super interesting. Ground is a weird type. Like, originally I thought it was much like, oh yeah, ground is gonna be like very specifically dirt, but it kind of isn't. Like, the more I look at Pokemon, the more I realize why ground and rock aren't the same type. Like, most ground types that I can think of at least are like just kind of people who hang out in the dirt. They're not, you know, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. At least in Gen 1. Except for the ones that are actually, like, rock. What am I doing? I don't know how to start this one. I am lost. Alright. They look like their head is, like... Yeah, okay. Yeah, the head silhouette is broken up by the skull, but it's not actually... It is kind of just a normal fish. Oops. Shape. Okay. Tail's a bit more like this. I don't know what I'm doing here. How does this connect? Let's call that good enough. Because we need to move on. Okay, the fins are pretty cool on this one. Something like that, maybe. Probably not showing up very well on the stream. Once we get color, you'll be able to see what I'm talking about. And I think that's an under fin. They've got this like tassels to all their fins, which are pretty cool. Yeah, I like this design a lot. This one's really good. And then kind of like a big disc fin for some reason. Yeah, alright. Then I need to figure out the skull. I'm gonna make a whole new layer for that, because I don't know what I'm doing. Really can't see it at all in the print. Do I want to try and be realistic here, or do I want to just, like, cartoon this up so that it's easier? Just draw a Cubone skull on it. How does that work? Okay, so this part, let's break this down. Like an eye hole here, and it comes down like that. Then around, there's like a weird chunk here, and then this kind of like crunkles. That's kind of right. I'm just gonna leave that there. Greg says, cartoon it up. Pokemon all about slightly cartoony skulls. You are right. If I had like Cubone reference, I might lean more into that. But I'm not gonna grab one right now. How do I want to do that? It kind of actually comes down a bit like this. Okay. If it's like normal in your culture for people to put on like animal skulls on their head, would it be intimidating still? That's the question I have. I guess there'd be little different levels of intimidation. You'd be like, oh, you've got like a squirrel skull. That's nothing. I've got a... I don't know. Real Industrious says, I think it's intimidating because it's a fish doing it. And Greg says, it's intimidating to outsiders, I think is the point. I think... Well, I guess the thing is that we don't know why they do it, so... I can't say, but the going theory, according to the notes, was some believe that they are used to intimidate other plaguefish. So, I don't know. I never do know how to draw appropriate eyes. Oh, am I in the skull layer? I'm on the skull layer. Oh well, that's fine. I don't like what I've done here. Alright, cool. We're gonna call that good. We're gonna start adding color. Okay, you can see a little bit of what I've drawn. Alright, the general color of this fish is like a really sickly green. Okay. First thing to find out, is this going to get chroma keyed out? Nah, it's fine. Okay, great. Beautiful. Just make them ground type just because. A little bit darker for these like stripes they've got going on. So we got stripe, 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 stripe. Okay. Something like that. Great. And their fins are like a very weird kind of, I don't even know what color that is. Kind of like a pinky? Like a pink gray. Everything's really desaturated. Okay. Great. Beautiful. Yeah, alright, that should work, I think. There is some, like, really defined, like, scaling. I might actually do some speckling in there, just to break it up. Like, let's see what that looks like. If I just add some dots. I'm actually not sure what it's like in the tail. I should probably look at that again. It's hard to see. Yeah, okay. Great. And a little bit down here. This is probably an unnecessary touch, but oh well. Get to the skull. That's the interesting part, I guess. Alright, let's add the skull. The skull is, still kind of greenish. Somehow. Actually, I can just fill this. There we go. Yeah, it's really subtle, but I think it actually does help. Cool. And then I need to figure out... I don't think I have any information on their eye. I'm just going to make something up. I think I'm just going to make it dark. Kind of want to actually give him like a green eye, which is gonna disappear, but you'll see it once I save it. Yeah. Oh no, it does show up. Okay, great. All right, just add the shading, and we'll call that good. Start with the dark. It needs to be clipping. There we go. Beautiful. The weird thing I did before, I'm just doing it again now in the shading layer. Oh well, that's fine. I had no... Like, I've caught plaguefish before, and I went, oh, that's a cool name. Did not realize, like... Are they called plaguefish because they're like plague masks? That's what I'm getting. I don't know if that's the intent or not, but that's the implication that I'm drawing. implication you're drawing? That doesn't sound like proper English. I'm not sure. Cool. Let's add a little bit more of a highlight now. I'm not super happy with this coloration. Like, it's such an interesting... It's... Yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like I'm missing something to really make it work. It needs, like, maybe a gradient over the whole thing. You could do that. I could do that, actually. That might not be a bad idea. Just add, like, a gradient with a little bit of an overlay. Or a multiply or something. I bet that would look pretty good. A little bit here, a little bit there. A couple of bits inside here. 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 Down like that. Over here. Curve across. Go over this way. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, yes, I do want to add that gradient. I think it will look good. This is the shade? Yes, so we will do underneath that. We're going to take a overlay. We're going to go to about 50%. And we're just going to do, I don't know, like a dark green to a different dark green. And see what that looks like. Yeah, it just looks like it has a bit more texture to it. Beautiful. That looks so much better. Okay, we need a name for this creepy, creepy friend. Edit. Crop. Yes. File. Save as. PNG. Plague. Fish. Okay. What a cool fish. This is actually great. Where can I put you? I'll put you at the top. Rotate clockwise, please. Stick it there. How big are they? Like 10 ohms, was it? I think it was 10. It was 10.1. Yeah. Alright, well, I don't have a name suggestion, so I'm just going to go with Doctor, which is a pretty weak name, but you know what? I'm okay with it. Alright, moving right along. Let's not dawdle any longer than we need to. $110. Beautiful. Alright. Drill Industrial says, I can dig it. Alright. Oh, also, Greg says, I think Typhus is a good name for this plague doctor-inspired fish. Typhus would have been pretty good. Alright. We are moving on to Zaharak. 25 by 21. Maybe I'll change that to Typhus on the way. Zaharak. Oh, I have Zaharak. It's that one. Great. Yeah, let's make that change. Typhus is good. Beautiful. Dr. Typhus. Dr. Typhus is pretty good. Alright. Where am... Is this a dune fishing spot or not? I don't think it is. This is just water, right? Yeah, it's just this little river here. Got a clown loach. Have we got? I don't think we've caught a clown loach yet. We've caught a brass loach only. Oh, have we also not caught a golden loach? Oh, interesting. Huh. There were some spots that had golden loaches available. I don't think we ever caught a golden loach today and ignored it. I don't think. Ugh, sure hope not. Alright. Well, Clown Loach it is. That's a short description.
Clown Loach. Bright patterns similar to a clown's motley cover this small freshwater fish from head to tail.
Is it the same description? Bright patterns similar to a clown's motley cover this small freshwater fish from head to tail. Wow. It's not an extended description at all. They just were like, no thank you. Okay then, sure. Cool. Alright, let's get drawing. Ba-ba-ba-bum. I just realized I'm pretty sure my notes still say typhus is water slash in their typing, because I never gave them a secondary one, but I felt like they should have one. Alright. Very, pointy tail. Okay, yeah. Measure things out from the tail onward. Okay. Kind of a flat stomach, actually. Okay. And then their head, like, comes down. According to the print. Which is sometimes not the same as the model, but that's okay. Or the icon. I think I'm just going to move this over. Beautiful. Alright. Then we've got a very triangular top fin. But it's more weighted back. Okay. Not sure about these other fins. Are those behind or are they on the sides? Let's see if we can get a closer look. Looks like this one's on the front and that one's underneath, maybe? Okay. I'm gonna say there's one fin at the back, at the bottom, and then one fin on the side, and then another fin on the side up here, which is maybe not. The shape of the fin is actually really cool on this one. Alright, so something like this. And then another one that's sort of like this. Does that make sense? I'm not sure. Okay. They do have a cool eye, though. Nothing interesting for their mouth. Okay, that's just really that's really funny to me. Let's go with that. I kind of don't want them to be as upset looking as I've drawn them. But no, I think I'll change it. Yeah, just a little. It's a little like, hey, how you doing? Yeah. It's alright. Alright, orange. The orange is actually kind of a cool gradient, so maybe we'll start with a cool gradient. And then go from there. So that is something like this. Something like this. Oh, it actually starts down at the bottom here. Oh, I need to switch this to foreground and background. That's why that's not working. Then maybe I'll actually add a little bit more here. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. We'll do a little bit more with not gradients, I think. So just kind of like, woo, something like this. And then the fins. Like this. And then there's like a little dash there. That's kind of cool. Alright. Remove this so I can actually see what I'm doing. Add in the black. It's not going to be a black, though. It's going to be like a really dark orange. Right. I'm going to have to go over this again. That's okay. How do I want to do this eye? Do I want to make it white? Yeah, it's like white. Okay. Great. I didn't actually color this in. I think it's probably shouldn't be done the way I did it anyway. It should be more like this. And then we will add in the black, which I guess is the same color as this. Something going on here. What the heck is going on here? Oh, that's just the interacting with the gradient. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, there's a little bit of a like. Whoop. Cool. It does turn into sort of a white video thing. Let's see if we can do that. Something like this. Maybe a little bit more though. Darcy, do you think that maybe you're just like taking a bit too much time on these details? No. You have about 30 minutes left of the scheduled stream before we go into overtime. Yeah, okay, maybe. Maybe I am. I'm gonna leave that. I'm done. I'm not working on that. We need the actual stripes on this fish still. So this connects kind of like this, it looks like. And then there's another one. We're in the back, actually, for some reason. I'm not sure what's up with that. Oh, it's bottom, yeah. And then there's another one here that goes down to sort of like in front of that fin. Then we add this back in. Add our little highlights and call it good. Okay. Highlight. Cross down here, cross down here, maybe a little bit going on here. That's fun. We like that. Over here, a little bit on top of the fins, a little bit back. Great. Do it again for the dark layer. A little bit down over here, a little bit down over here. I feel like what I've done is I've made it look flatter than it was without the shading, which is not the goal. It is largely the opposite. Oh, thank you, Greg. Greg says this is looking great. Alright, I think, yeah. So just the last layer. A little bit here, a little bit down here. A little bit across there. Maybe a little bit down here too. here and here. And I think we're gonna call that good. Okay. Crop this. Move the layer. Save this. Alright, well, get your names in now for our clown Loach. How do you spell Loach? Is that spelled right? Yes, I did spell it right. Good. Alrighty then. It's kind of like an interesting slope to the back there that I didn't really capture. Oh well, it's too late now. Clown Loach. Clockwise. Beautiful. Real Industry says, I'm thinking of clown names and they're not good enough for this fish. This fish deserves better. Clown Loach. I have not recorded their stuff yet. They are. How big are they? Did I forget to look at how big they are? I do that all the time. They're 21.1 elms. Wow, they're actually pretty big. I did not realize. I think they're just pure water type. I guess they could be like fairy. Greg says, I don't know why, but he looks like a Scooter to me. Real Industria agrees. Scooter is cute. Okay, cool. We got Scooter. I'm tempted to make them water fairy. Is that weird? Like, I can't think of a fairy Pokemon that's orange, but also, like, Mr. Mime shouldn't be fairy, but is. And I assume it's because they're, like, a clown? I don't know. Alright. Scooter. Apparently, I don't remember how to spell fairy. There it is. Okay. Okay, Sagoli Dunes are next. Now we're getting into our actual spot. Greg says, fairy is good. Gold is traditionally a color of psychic powers. It could be water psychic. Oh, interesting. Yeah, the typings have been very weird, because I do want to focus on what they're actually representative of being able to do, but fairy and dark have been two of the, like, weirder typings where I don't know if they need to, like, with psychic, if the fish doesn't actually have psychic abilities, I feel weird doing that. But dark and fairy, not so much, because I don't know. I don't have a lot of concepts of what their abilities are. Like, how is play rough a fairy ability? Like, Ooh. Alright, so Sagoli Dunes are down here. And this will be our first dune fishing location. You cast your line at the Sagoli Dunes, which is not the same as the Sagoli Desert over here. So nothing here should we have seen before, because, you know. So this should be good. What do we catch? Storm Rider. Classic. Okay. I will double check. I'm pretty sure we haven't caught these because there's another one. The Cloud Cutter is very similar. I think it's the same icon. But they easily could have been like, oh yeah, these things are both in the desert and in the clouds for some reason. But no. So, Storm rider. This is generally what you use to mooch for the bigger fish, but we didn't catch a large one, so we missed our opportunity to do so. This is 7.5 ilms. And the question becomes, are they even water at this point? Let's read the description and see. Oops, I moved my window slightly. Okay.
Storm Rider. These sand-dwelling fish will skip across the desert until they are fortunate enough to stumble across a sandstorm, in which case they will spread their fins and ride the storm great distances.
I think that's, like, ground flying. I think that's I mean, they don't actually fly, though. They just, like, glide. Is a mulga a flying type? Oh, Greg says, in response to what I was saying before about Play Rough, the Japanese name for Play Rough is much more akin to Frolic, which is much more fairy in my mind. Cool. That is really interesting. It still does sort of illustrate my point of, like, yeah, anybody can frolic, though. So, I'm not saying fairy shouldn't be a type, but I'm saying it is more easy to apply it to something without it explicitly being like, this is on fire! Alright. We need a fish. Oh, dang. Did I leave my fish up during the catching of the Storm Rider? Dang it. I hate it when I do that. Oh, well. Too late now. Scooter. Scoot on out of here. Alright. Storm Rider. We already did a Cloud Cutter, which is sort of the cloud sky fishing equivalent. I don't really remember it being this shape. Okay. Yeah, I'm liking this shape, actually. How do I connect the tail bits? Actually, a lot more rounded than I would have expected. Maybe a little bit more pointed at the tips of these. I'm not super happy with that tail. Alright, next is like this sort of weird fin shape here. How does that look? Okay, I see. And then a little fin at the bottom. Another little fin at the bottom. And then these massive fins. Okay. Which I think connect to the side, not to the back. And they've got this, like, massive eye. Which is pretty cool. Yeah, there we go. All right. Cool. All right, I might have to do a little bit of research to know what type this should be, because I'm not 100% sure whether or not things that glide are considered flying type in Pokemon. Alright. Otherwise, we need sort of a lighter belly. And that's about it. Dark tail. Okay, so this starts around here. Does it go up over the eyes? I think it does. I think it does go over the eyes, but only like a little bit. Oh, this one's really cute. Okay. And the bottom fins are... They look like they're just white, actually. Okay, cool. Boop, boop. Beauteous! Alright, I think I will add a secondary color to this dark layer here. Darker, but maybe a little bit more brown. Something like this. What about that fin on the back? I don't think on the fin on the back. So something like this, just to add a little bit more. You know, just a little bit. Just a little. There we go. Yeah, that looks great. Okay. Beautiful. A little bit of spotlighting here and here. There. Maybe a little bit up here as well. I don't know. Cool. Rick says, I stepped away for a moment, and there's a beautiful fish on the screen. Love this one. Greg, I'm glad you're here. Thank you, by the way. But I was wondering, in your expert opinion, this fish glides. It doesn't really fly. Is it reasonable to give it flying type, or is that a no-no by Pokemon standards? Like, is a Molga a flying type? I don't know. Oh, absolutely? Absolutely yes or absolutely no? I think it's an absolutely yes. That's what it sounds like. But I'm not sure. Because this is the Storm Rider. They live in the sand, but they'll also like hop out of the sand and into sandstorms and glide around to go from place to place. So I think that they are ground flying. Greg says, the flying type can be like the homies that hang out in the air, kind of like you were talking about with ground types earlier. Oh, interesting. Very cool. I always feel like flying type needs to like be able to constantly be in the air because they have like immunity to ground, right? I don't know. Feels important. But I will take your word for it. I 100% ground flying is a great typing based on that description. Cool. Great. Awesome. Thank you, Greg. Greg says, remember Mantike and Mantine? Yeah, they're flying. I imagined they actually could fly under their own propulsion. Do they actually only glide? They're fish that jump out of the ocean and glide. They are water flying. Cool. I wonder if there have been some gliding fish earlier that I didn't consider flying. I'm not sure. I'm going to call this done. I feel like I'm just picking at it at this point. Crop. So we do still need a name, though, however. All right. File, save. Storm Rider. This is why I keep calling them like Cloud Riders instead of Cloud Cutters. I understand now. I keep combining these two in my brain. Real Industrious says Amelia, as in Earhart. Very good. I'm not against it. Alright. Where am I going? There we go. Storm Rider. The eye in the print is so large. How big is our Storm Rider? It's like 10 ilms, right? It was 7.5 ilms. Okay. Great. So a little on the smaller side. That's okay. Let's flip you around. Have you hang out here. This one. All right, beautiful. Amelia was the name suggested, and they are ground flying. I think that might be our first. Is that our first non-water type? I know we had a water flying at one point in the Sea of Clouds. Yeah, in the Sea of Clouds we had water flying because I figured they're still watery. Like they still care about like living in the like clouds, like the water, right? But this is sand, and maybe it's like kind of a grainy mud kind of sand, but yeah, you only get 2 types, and they're definitely ground flying. So moving on, we now need to go to the other sand fishing area, dune fishing area. It's on the opposite end of the desert. Sigoli Dunes. Now, I'm not entirely sure where it changes, because I think I can actually... Like, can I just do it here? Does this count? Yeah, we're already at the Sigoli Desert. So, this is the Sigoli Dunes, this specific spot. And the desert is shown as being over here, but it actually covers this whole area. So that's fun. Alright, what do we catch? A sand bream. Large, but not a moochable option. Unfortunate. That would have been really fun to mooch something off of a Storm Rider. Sand bream. Breams are big. 21.6 ilms. Alright, where are you? Where are you, sand bream? There you are.
Sand bream. A tiny...
I guess I did get a large... I did get a large version, so I guess I can't be that upset with them calling this tiny.
Sand bream. A tiny sand-dwelling fish which can spend its whole life out of the water, gathering the moisture it needs to survive from the trace amounts of dew which seep through the desert sands each dawn. Though given the name bream by those living in the desert, this fish actually has no similarities to the bream found in the sea other than its size.
Okay. There you have it. Cool. Alright, well, this still might be water ground, actually, right? Like, we're still seeing, like, okay, I mean, it's just dew coming through. I mean, everything needs water. That's nothing special. Nah. They might be pure ground, actually. I think I'd call them pure ground. Cool. Let us begin by recording its stats. And I'm noticing we have 5 minutes left of the regularly scheduled stream. Sand bream. Named, doesn't have a name yet. Size is like 21, right? 21.6. So why'd you call it a tiny one if you said that the similarity it has with bream are that its size? Bream are huge. It's a ground, I think it's ground, pure ground type. Cool. After this one, just to keep abreast of the situation, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There are 10 more spots after this. I think we're going to push on, see if we can finish them all up today. So, sand bream is the fish I'm trying now. How do I want to draw this? Will we finish everything today? I'm not promising that, but I'm going to extend the stream past the normal 4 hours. See if we can do this. Alright. Interesting little shape to this fish. It does kind of like comes down quite a bit. It's a very round friend. Bonus stream. Kinda. I mean, these whole things have been effectively bonus streams. My scheduled streams are Monday, Tuesday, and Friday. But this event has added Saturday to my... Oh, wow. It got way brighter suddenly. And so these are scheduled, but they're special. I don't plan on streaming on Saturdays again for, you know, not scheduledly at least, after this series is done. And maybe that's a bad idea. Maybe I should. Maybe Saturdays are a great stream time for me. I don't know. We got a little fin at the bottom here. And a little fin. I think there's a fin at the bottom that looks like this. But then there's also a fin at the side. Yeah, it's sort of out like that. Okay. Eye is a black dot. Mouth. Kind of want them to be a grumpus for some reason, but I can't. You know what? They're gonna get this weird mouth instead. Good job. I don't know why that's what my hand wanted to draw, but it is. So here we are. Okay, no, I don't like that. Something weird happened there. Sure. Sure, why not? That's what we're going with. Alright, next. We need a kind of a golden hue, but very light. Yeah, I don't like that one. Oh well. It'll have to do. And white in the bottom, more of a red on the top. Red? No, I didn't mean to say red. I don't know why I said that. Okay. And the top is actually back to white again. Okay. A little bit of white here. Alright. Yeah, it kind of works. I think it checks out. I'm okay with this. I don't know what it did with the mouth there. Not happy with it. I feel like my eyes are starting to go. That's not good. Alright, cool. Add a little bit of a highlight to this eyeball. Greg says, I like its little crazy mouth. Gives it character. Thank you. I don't know why I did that, but that's what my hand wanted to do, and I was like, alright. You say so. It doesn't not work, so sure, why not? Sandy friend. Okay. Nah, remove that. I'm gonna call that good. Alright. Next, clipping. A little bit down here, a little bit down here. Not sure exactly what I'm doing with that, but that's okay. Same thing here. A little bit in the back. A little bit across the top, I think. A little bit here. A little bit here. A little bit in the nose. I guess it's not really a nose, is it? Alright. This is our sand bream. Do we have a name for the sand bream? File, save as, PNG, sand bream. I think those were our only two opportunities to do dune fishing fish, unfortunately. Sand bream, how big is this? 21 elms? Greg says sandy. I mean, it was certainly my first thought too, and probably what I would have named it. You're very original, Greg. I just need to check to see whether or not we've already called something sandy. I don't think we have, but I wouldn't be surprised. We have not. We have not called anything sandy yet. Alright, sandy. Sandy, the pure ground fish. Very good. Forgotten Springs is next. Is Stunfisk like ground electric or something? Like they're not water, right? They're an example of a fish that just sort of hangs out on in the dirt, I think. I think that's true. Alright. Onward. So we didn't travel all the way there, but that's okay. It's gonna save us a little bit of time to Forgotten Springs. So Forgotten Springs are pretty... I can't fly any higher. Okay. Forgotten Springs is kind of cool. It's another one of those ones with a weird hole, like, this is Forgotten Springs, but so is this river. And I think... So is this river? Like, all of this river is Forgotten Springs, so you can really stop anywhere along it. Greg says they are not. They are not water, I think is what you're saying? Yeah. Hopefully you're not saying they are not ground electric, because I think that's right. Alright, Forgotten Springs. We're back into the water again. No more dune fishing. And we catch another clown loach. That is a duplicate. Let's try again. What are our options here? Copperfish, which we've caught, I think. Warm water trout, lamprey, plaguefish. Something I've never caught for some reason. Golden loach, clown loach, and golden loach. Okay. I really hope I didn't draw, like, fish up a golden loach earlier and throw it back. Because I thought I'd caught that, but apparently we haven't, so... Sure hope I didn't make that mistake earlier. Rope fish. Oh, wow. First time I've ever caught this. Very cool. Where is it? There it is.
Rope fish. As it has the tendency to coil up while inactive, this variety of freshwater eel is oft mistaken for lost boat rigging. Unlike most wavekin, the ropefish cannot survive underwater indefinitely and must surface every several minutes to breathe.
What? Is it a... So it's like a lungfish kind of thing? Or... Huh. Coilable inactive variety of freshwater eel is oft mistaken for lost. They do still need to live in the water, I imagine. They're not like... Huh. I don't know why that baffled me so much. I'm surprised to hear this. I thought there'd be, like, maybe more information? We're just gonna tell you that it's true and not really explain it. Huh. Alright. I mean, I don't know why I'm surprised by this. Like, the fish in this game are quite varied. Forgotten Springs, we caught a rope fish. It is 29.2 ilms. And, I think it's just water, but the fact that it needs to breathe air makes me wonder. Alright. Welcome back, Sandy. Alright, ropefish. From what I can tell, it looks like a green worm thing. Alright, great. Kind of like a diamondy shape on the end of the tail. Also kind of, kind of thin along here. I might have to redraw this once I've got the line art down. Once I got the basic concept in play. This just looks like a snake so far. You heard it here first. This is actually just a snake, not a fish. That's not true. That's a lie. I'm lying to you. I have no idea what the anatomy of its face is. Alright, let's try this again. Okay. There does seem to be, like, an edge. Like, you can kind of follow from the tip of the tail. There's, like, an edge here that you can go across. Yeah. We'll add that in later. I'm not exactly following the print. I'm just kind of like making a wiggly boy. Wiggly friend here. Okay. Okay. Then it kind of... I just realized I kind of gave this like a dolphin's head. It's funny. Yeah, it goes out a little bit at the sides there. And then back in. Okay. Okay. I think that works. Now it's got little fins on the side, like ears. All right. Yeah, I like that. I do want to add a little bit of a sort of edge to it. I know what I'm trying to draw here. I'm not really sure how to do it. It'll have to do. All right, next. It is green, so I don't know how well it's going to show up on our chroma key, but we will try. Beautiful. Yeah, I think that's the kind of green it is. It's not like a green green. It looks like maybe the belly is a bit, I think maybe the belly is kind of a, like a sandy color. So the belly would be the opposite side of this line. So like here would be the belly. How do I... Something like this. Not really landing. Yeah, sure, that works. And then maybe like here. And maybe a little bit underneath the head. Also, I forgot this other fin. Yeah. Anything else going on? Nothing I can really see. The print makes it look kind of maybe a little spotted. Not like entirely, but like kind of a little. So maybe I'll do a little bit of stuff with that. Just to like add a little bit more texture to it. Do I just want to do this across the whole thing? Or is there like... You know, I think I'm just wrong. If anything... Yeah, no. Actually, I could do it in the, like, empty spots. Yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, that looks good. I like that. A little bit over here. A little bit of the curve back here and back here. Beautiful. All right, great. This mouth I gave it was very silly. Okay. Sure. Works for me. All right. This is going to be our little bit of shading. I don't really know exactly how I'm going to do it here. Greg says this is definitely a danger noodle. Yeah. I certainly made them seem dangerous. I don't know if their lore said they had any danger going on, but they had danger noodle energy. Or danger rope, in this case. But I'm pretty happy with them all the same. Yeah. All right. And then just the final little bits of white that we always do. Yeah. Good. It'll do. All right. We need a name for this friend. Who is otherwise good to go. File, save as. What are they called? Rope fish. Okay, I was like, I remembered the rope part, but what's the other part? It's fish. It's always fish. Okay. Those fins are so silly. That's what they look like, though. You know, if we don't have a fish called Noodle already, which I don't think we do, I think I'm just going to call him Noodle. Alright, how long are they? 29. Almost 30 ohms. But that is following the whole length, so. Not sure exactly. Rotate clockwise. Oh, yeah. They really fill out that, that well. Love that. Alright, beautiful. Ropefish named Noodle. I think they're just water. Nothing tells me otherwise. Maybe water normal, actually. As weird as they are, normal sometimes means weird, which is wild. But I think they might be water normal. Like, they breathe air. What's more normal than that? Alright. So, this is a weird spot in the plan. So, let's talk a little bit about it. We're here. We're overtime, which is fine. We're going to keep going and hopefully be able to finish the whole thing. Do I expect to finish the whole thing? Nah, not really, actually, but, you know. I'm happy to continue going, so I think I will. We want to head to Central Tunnelon, I think? Yes. So we're heading back to Central, which I think we've already been to. If I remember correctly. Who's the gatekeeper? What the heck is that? Labyrinth Guide to Knowledge Reflection. What the heck's Knowledge Reflection? Oh, it's just a shortcut. Okay, that's cool. Alright, I didn't know about that. Huh. Anyway. So, we are heading up to Central Tonalon, which we will skirt through and not actually explore. Which I think, have we already done Central? We might have already done Central. We probably did. But we're going to skirt through it into the Steps of Tal, which Ul'dah itself has no actual fishing spots in it. Where am I? Wait, where's it? Is this the exit? Okay. So there's no actual fishing spots in Ul'dah, but I did want to still hit it on the way because this is a tour of A Realm Reborn in a lot of ways. But also because we can get to the goblet from there. So that's the plan. Greg says, I think that's a good choice. Water normal. Thank you. I think that works. I'm trying to, like, be aware of normal. Because I think, I like normal. I think normal's a cool typing. And it's just easy to be like, nah, why would it be normal? And it's really hard to decide what should be normal because it's a bit vague. But, yeah. It's something I like to keep in mind as an option. Alright, so there's going to be a lot of running ahead of us because, as we mentioned before, there is no Aetheryte travel in this series. So, we need to make our way. And do I remember how to get to the goblet from here? Maybe? It says here. It says over there. Yeah, I should be able to do this pretty easily. Yeah. I got caught on some terrain, though, because I wasn't paying attention. Alright, yeah. So the goblet's there. And that will get us to the housing district. Beautiful. A lovely walk through Ul'dah. Can we just walk? We have to talk to this guy, right? Hello. Do you seek passage to the goblet? If so, I will show you the way. Yes. We will go to the first ward, because I don't actually care where I'm going. Okay. We're just going here to fish. Real Industry says, I happened to see you running through Ul'dah when I was there. Oh, nice. Alright, so we're here. We're in the goblet. Can I just... I feel like I can't just fish right here, can I? I have to actually go to the fishing spot, which is a little bit ways away. I always forget about the goblet, but it is actually really pretty. I can't jump that? Okay. I can't fish this water, can I? Oh, I can. Oh, this counts. Sweet. I thought I had to go over to where that waterfall is. Huh. This looks like very different water than the other water, but oh well. I'll allow it. A silverfish. I'm certain we already caught a silverfish, but I will double check. Because I would hate to ignore something. We caught a silverfish in Lake Tuttle. Tatotle. Tatotle. And their name is Summer. Try again. What else is available here? This is all one zone. A brass loach, which we've already caught. A fairy bass, which we've already caught. A copperfish, which I believe we've already caught. I'll double check that. A eunuch crayfish, I don't think we have. Dark bass, lamprey, which I don't think we have. Silverfish, and goldfish. Copperfish. I will double check copperfish, but I do believe we've already caught one of them as well. Yep, we caught one at the Juggernaut. Their name is Dale Cooper because, or Dale Copper actually, because I have very funny chatters. Another copperfish. Okay, that is our third cast so far. There are catches here that I haven't caught before. We just gotta get them. Only 2 chances left. Brass loach. I will double check that again. I am very certain that we already caught one because I wanted to catch one earlier today and I couldn't. Yeah, brass loach we already caught. All right, this is our last attempt at the goblet. Another light. I don't think there's a... Maybe the unit crayfish is light. Silverfish. No, that's 5 dupes. Silverfish, brass loach, copperfish, copperfish, silverfish. Something I hadn't really considered. Because I do know that the versatile lure, it can catch anything, but it still has, you know, preference. Which I was totally fine with going in. I was like, that totally makes sense. Sometimes, you know, some Pokemon are rarer than others. That is totally legit. But I'm wondering if maybe there's a bit too much. Because if it has if certain locations have too high of a preference with certain fish on the versatile lure, then yeah, even when there's something left, you're not going to catch it. Or at least you're not likely to catch it. Which, I mean, again, like, if other people do this challenge, it would be really cool to see what people catch, because you're going to have a few rare catches, right? So, we didn't just pop into the goblet to then pop out again, because we can actually go to Western Tonalon from here. So it is still a continuous route, which is very exciting. Please leave the residential district. And that is where we're heading now, I believe. Western Tonalon? Yes. And Western Tonalon is the last location that we have. It has 8 fishing spots. Let's get started. Okay, first place to cast our line. Where? Okay, I should have looked. The Silver Bazaar. Okay. Where's the Silver Bazaar? I don't know. Why do I not pay attention to these things? At 15 by 30. Okay. Hello, giant tortoise. 15 by 30. So we want more Y but less X. I think that's like this. Yeah, okay. Does this count? Is this the Silver Bazaar? I don't think it would be. That seems weird. Ah, I see. I wanted to start way down here. That makes total sense. And then I could come back. That sounds like me. This place is actually really cool when it comes to, like, the fishing options. Like, there's a lot of weird little holes in this place. I like it. Silver Bazaar. Cast your line at an undiscovered fishing hole. It's also a spot that I do think about for fishing a lot, just because, like, it's important for, like, the Beast of Brewer's Beacon, or not the Beast of Brewer's Beacon, the other one. Haralder Haddock. I've never caught before. What's the one I'm thinking of? The one where you got to catch the catch up here. Can't think of its name. What that quest is. Okay. So most of this I have caught before. But I had never caught a Haralder haddock.
Haralder haddock. A tasty saltwater fish indigenous to the cold waters of the Blood-brine Sea. Its name comes from a legendary northern king who was said to have survived to the ripe old age of 57 summers, eating only the 57 summers? What does that mean? 57? That's not very old. Do you mean like 750? Sorry, I'm going to reread that because I just, wow, I got distracted there. Haralder haddock. A tasty saltwater fish indigenous to the cold waters of the Blood-brine Sea. Its name comes from a legendary northern king who was said to have survived to the ripe old age of 57 summers, eating only the fatty flesh of this grotesque wavekin. Grotesque? Rude. Rude. 750. It must mean like 7 then 50, like 750. That must be what that means. Because otherwise you say 50 and 7, right? That must be what the intent is. It's weirdly worded, but yeah, that must be what they mean. Alright, Haralder haddock. Kind of a cool coloration. And I like the like fin on its back. Yeah, this is a cool one. I like this. How big is it? 46.9 ilms? Dang, that's big. Greg Hansen says 57 canonically ancient in Final Fantasy XIV. Legendarily ancient. Alright. Haralder haddock. It is 46.9 ilms. I'm gonna be really interested to see what our largest catches were across this whole thing. Yeah. A lot of different things. Alright, let's turn on the drawing layer. There's our good wiggly boy. Or maybe girl. Noodle. Pretty cute. Alright. What is next? Okay. I need to figure out the shape of this fish. This fish is... got some curves to it. Like, look at that tail. That's a weird looking tail. Alright. This is why fish lore is important. You learn things like this. Okay. Great. How do I make this face? I can see a very distinct face. It's like got a chin. Maybe something like this? That's very weird looking. No, that's not right. Alright. I'm gonna say this connects like this. And then the face kind of comes out of it, so it's like... I suppose it's also possible that they didn't live very old at all, because all they ate was this one fish.
But they did say a ripe old age, so I feel like that can't be the intent. I don't know why I gave it this eye, but I did, and here it is. Alright, how does this fin attach? Looks like there's a little fin here, just something like that. Little fin at the bottom. It's a weird fin. Okay. Fin over here at the back. And then another little fin further at the back. I'm told this fish is grotesque. Real Industry, you make a very good point. Maybe 57 was old for however long ago the legendary king ate the fish. Like, yeah, you know, different ages or different normal lifespans are different. Greg says maybe the legendarily ancient king is of a short-lived species. Like, if your cat lived to 57, it would be studied for science. That is a good point as well. We're in a fantasy setting. King cat. Oh, that's not what this looks like. It goes up in the middle. It's like a triangle. Okay. I mean, they're all triangles, but you know what I mean. And then we got this big old fin back here. This is a pretty cool looking fish, actually. Yeah, I like this one. I like most of them, to be honest. I'm going to have to get a better look for coloration. It's kind of like silver with bits of, like, pink. Alright. Real Industrious says that expression is the fish's how the fish feels about being called grotesque. What did you call me? You make a very good point. Alright, so it goes from this sort of like light color to sort of a dark color. Looks kind of brownish almost. The tail, I think, is like fully dark. Yeah. How does it interact with the eye? Looks like it goes above the eye. Okay. Greg said it definitely read its own entry in the Pokedex, which is a really funny concept. Do Pokemon know what their Pokedex entry are? Some of them are pretty smart. They might. In fact, all of them are basically pretty smart. Like, they're smart enough to be trained at very least. Alright. I want a little bit at the edge, I think, for each of these fins. But then the fin's going to otherwise be pink. Yeah, okay. Okay, cool. That's basically it. I think I might add a little bit of a gradient on top. Oops, not like that. And just a little bit to add some color to it. Let's say foreground to transparent. Let's do it something like this. Ooh, no, not that. Yep, not like that either. Dang. The bottom fin is also red, I'm noticing. That looks pretty good. Yeah, I think we'll go with that. And anything with that back fin? It's hard to say. Let's just fill it in anyway. Great. Let's just fill in a couple more spots that clearly got missed. Just because. Oh, and I also need to give it an eye. What do I want to give this eye? I'm just gonna make it white. And then maybe I'll give it like an eyelid for some reason. What if this fin on the side? The fin on the side should also be a little bit. At least, even if it's just a little bit, it should be a little red. Maybe I'll do the same thing down here. Just a little bit. Just a little edge to it. I have artistic license, I'm gonna use it. Alright. A little bit on the back up here, a little bit across the top. Great. A little bit just like that. Then again, another layer. Something like this. Yeah, I think that most of my fish are coming out kind of flat-like because really all of this should be in shadow, and I'm not properly doing that. That makes sense to me. Okay. A little bit underneath here. Yeah, I think that checks out. I will add a little bit more down here, though. There we go. Last bit here. I wonder how many fish we've actually caught today. Because if I've caught not a ton, and it still took 4 hours, maybe I shouldn't be trying to catch these last 10. I mean, there's 10-ish left. There's like 8, actually. And if we had actually caught at all of them, then that would have meant we caught 20 fish. But we didn't. I'm not sure how many we missed. Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna call that good. Oh, thank you, Greg. Do you have a name for this grotesque fish? I'm not sure how accurate this is to the, Oh, I gotta... How do I spell this? Haladra. What? Haralder. Okay, Haralder. Haralder. Yeah, that's right. Haddock. I don't know much about haddock. What makes a haddock a haddock? Real Industrious says, gorgeous. Greg says, I don't know. If we want a grotesque name, I would go with, like, Lardo. I don't think we want to call them Lardo. That's very funny to me, though. How big were they? They're pretty big, right? They're like 26? 46? 46, yes, they were 46. Let's spin you right round. Stick them up here. You can barely see them at all. Maybe I'll put you somewhere else that we can actually see you a bit better. Greg says, since it's a haddock, we could go with Chaddock. Which is really good. Oh, that's very funny. Okay, let's flip horizontal and rotate counterclockwise. Stick you over here somewhere. It's a bit more space to show them off. I think that'll do. I think that will do. Alright. Let's record them in our notes. They are Chaddock the Haddock. And we are off to Nafika Wells. Nafika's Wells. Where is Nafika's Wells? Well, it is 24 by 22. So, let's see. We need to go a little bit this way. No, this way. Ah, that thing where you just sort of assume that you're looking north and you're not. It must just be this river here, right? Must just be that river there. Yeah, let's just head north from here. That should do fine. Well, let's see if this counts. Nafika's Wells, there we are. You cast your line at the undiscovered fishing hole. We catch a bone crayfish. I'm certain we already caught one. I might have even double-checked it today. But I've been getting kind of paranoid. Bone crayfish. We have a bone crayfish named Rasputin because I thought it was funny. Because they're a bone crayfish. That's good. Alright, attempt 2. A maiden carp, alright. Greg says, oh my god, let me see Rasputin, that's great. I don't think they looked anything special. They're around somewhere. They're probably covered right now. There's so many fish! Catch that. I could probably pull it up. Copperfish. Yep, we caught a copperfish. Okay, this is our 4th attempt. Let's take a look at the list, because I had not paid attention yet. Nafika's Wells, what is available? I don't think we've caught a unit crayfish, and I think it's the only thing available in those waters. So, odds do not look good that we're gonna find anything. Another bone crayfish. And I think this is our last attempt. Greg says, I love watching Major General just running around behind you while you fish. They are a great mascot. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. It's a gudgeon. We've already caught a gudgeon. One of our earliest catches, if I recall. Alright. That is a miss. Since it's a miss, let's see if I can find... Let's see if I can quickly find our bone crayfish. I think we caught them last week. There's our bone crayfish. This is Rasputin. That's good. Alright. Putting them away. Oh, what? No, go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Okay. Onward. We're going to Crescent Cove at 15 by 19. I believe we head over this to get there. I believe Crescent Cove is here, but I could be mistaken. 15 by 19. Let's double check our map. Yep, that's the place. What are you arguing about? Okay, undiscovered fishing hole. Crescent Cove. We caught a spotted puffer. I guess it's our first time. It showed the print. They don't show the print if it's not your first time. Okay. I'm also running out of room in my inventory because it's full of fish.
Spotted puffer. A cousin of the sea-dwelling balloonfish, spotted puffers are unique in that they can survive in the brackish waters of deltas and rivers.
I'm gonna try that one again.
Spotted puffer. A cousin of the sea-dwelling balloonfish, spotted puffers are unique in that they can survive in the brackish waters of deltas and river mouths.
Brackish. Okay. I would be tempted to give it like a poison trait, but it doesn't actually say it's poisonous anywhere, so... Or venomous for that matter, but, you know, same type. But I cannot confirm that they're actually poisonous or venomous. Spotted puffer. And their size is 4.7 ilms. Tiny little fish. So they're probably just water. Apologies. Apologies. Alright. Greg says, they are just good at surviving, because they can survive in a mixture of fresh and salt water. Very good. Alright, so. Let us take a look. Little tail. Kind of a teardrop body. Some cool fins going on. Yeah, alright, nice. I can work with that. I can work with that. Oh, I need to change my brush. Okay. Great. And then a little, like, teardrop. They're a bit more tall than they, like, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna call that good. Great. And they have a weird little fin on the back like this. Oh, it actually goes up, like... What a weird fin. Okay. Cool. And the same at the bottom. I don't know what to make of those fins. Bleh. Sorry. Greg says maybe something that resists or nulls poison. Well, I certainly don't know typings well enough. But I think you could make an argument for, like, ground, if that resists poison. Otherwise, I think that you'd be adding a typing that's not really there. Alright, these fins are weird. Greg says it sure does. Alright, maybe they're water ground. I feel like brackish water is ground enough. I'm going to actually change up these fins a bit. Make them a bit closer to what the icon looks like. Okay, cool. Is there a side fin there? I don't see a fin on this. No, there's like a little one. I think there's a little like... I hadn't really noticed, but yeah, the front of this actually is very, cartoon fish lips. Oh, weird shape. I think that's accurate. As weird as it seems, I think that's right. Yeah. I mean, alright. I think it just needs to be a bit more of a slope here. Real Industrial says, looks right according to the print and even icon. Greg says, are we sure it's not a pucker fish? You gotta pucker first and puff later. Yeah, that works. Just take a look at the tail again. Even if just to thicken the lines, because all the other lines came out a lot thicker. But I think the tail actually, yeah, that's a bit more accurate. Alright. Let's drop in some colors. It looks kind of greenish, I guess. And then got some like, well, it's got spots. Yeah, and then it goes into a white. Okay, so it's really just like green and white. I might change that eye now that I'm thinking about it. But maybe not. Who's to say? I think that the white goes all the way up into the mouth like this. The fins are not as white, but it's white enough. And then this one at the top looks almost like it does like this for some reason. And I think this fin is actually like this color. But if that's true... Yeah, actually, we want to have the white sort of come down into this, I think. This is a weird fish. Maybe have a little bit here too. We're gonna do that at the top. Yeah, alright, alright. I do want to change up the eye, and then we need to add some spots. Oops. Yep. I think the eye is further back. It's like here-ish. And it's just kind of like... I think just a black dot works. I think what I want, weirdly, is like a little bit of a brighter... Greg says, I feel like the fish needs a big moe eye. Oh, could be. I'm not sure how I would draw that, but I could add some highlight to it. Maybe that's good enough, I don't know. Cool. Alright. What are all these different things? This is an empty layer. Okay. Oh, it's not an empty layer. Ah, yeah. I forgot I did that immediately after doing it. Great. Okay, so we want some spots, which I think I'm just gonna blop in like this. Alright, how do the lips interact with the face? That's not what I meant to say at all. I think they stopped before then. Wait, is that the eye? I don't know. I might be looking at a spot, not an eye. Weird. I don't know. Greg says you made making that eye look so simple. It looks so good. I'm jealous. I think that there's like this very faint, like I added just like a lighter green around the eye, which I think helps for some reason. I don't know. But thank you. I appreciate the compliment. I'm really unsure now if I'm even looking at the correct eye on the icon. The correct spot. I think it's a dot. I think I just drew a darker spot instead of it being the eye. Which is funny. Dot eyes, one could say, are my specialty, in that I'm bad at every other type of eye. A little bit going on here. Yeah, I think that looks good. And then this is all just white. I'm gonna call that good. Alright, next is our highlight, and then we got our shade, and then we are done for this fish. Highlight, highlight. Gotta add a little bit of wetness to these lips. I don't know how to do wetness, but I've been getting better at it, I think. I don't know if that was good or not. Alright, we're gonna leave it anyway, regardless. Right, I kind of forgot that actually this isn't actually just a pure white, so white does show up on it, even if it's just faintly. It's kind of cool. It's a little like a whitish green. All right, next is probably underneath this one actually. A little bit of shadow, which I have been learning I should probably be doing basically the whole thing in shadow, because it's a big round fish. Alright, do we have a name for this puffer fish? I don't remember if one was suggested or not. Oh. Oh, there we go. Hello. Well then. How do I make that work? I might be overdoing it. Thank you, Greg. Oh my. Just gonna add a little bit back here. And I think that's that might be it. Actually, a little bit under the eye, too. Just, I don't know if that makes any sense. No, it doesn't make sense. Okay. There is definitely some weird, like, yellow circle on this, though. Like, I think there's supposed to be an eye, like, right here. Weirdly. That looks like this. Like, I think that's the actual eye. Instead of what I drew. I'm pretty sure that's what it's supposed to be. And that actually looks really good. Like, I could just... I think I should. Yeah, weird. Weird. Where are the spots? What layer is the spots? I don't remember what layer. There it is. Okay. Okay, I'm glad folks are enjoying the new eye, because I felt weird about having that whole eye the whole time and then just changing it right at the end. Oh, that's so funny. Very good. That's so weird. Alright. Greg says this is my new favorite fish. Well, you better give them a name. But also thank you. They came out pretty good. I legitimately wasn't sure what was going to happen with this fish. But I quite like them. I quite like them in the end. They are the spotted puffer. I believe they're quite small, like 7 ilms or something. I can't remember exactly what it was. So we'll have to take a look. They were 4.7 ilms. Very tiny. And they need a name. And y'all enjoy it so much, I don't want to take that from you. But so I'm going to start flying away. Oh, I didn't add them to the overlay yet. Also, I didn't remove them from the overlay yet. Both those sentences are true. Rick says I might nickname them Blush. That's very good. Alright, Real Industrial agrees. Blush sounds cute. Very good. Alright, transform. Let's rotate you clockwise, I think. Stick you at the top. Yeah, there we go. That's perfect. Alright. Add that to my notes. Blush, the spotted puffer. And I think we went with water ground, didn't we? Let me add that in there. Water ground. They love that brackish water. I mean, I think a lot of things live in brackish water that aren't ground, but it's okay. That's fun. All right, onward. I believe the water right there is also water. This might already be new water now that I think about it. Yes, it is. Alright, let me just go over here. We should be going to the footfalls, which is where we are. Yes, perfect. There's a thick shell. Look at that crab over there. What do we catch? You discovered the footfalls. You caught an acorn snail. We have caught an acorn snail before. Yes, a large acorn snail is only 6 elms. So even though one of our bone cleaner snails was large, still quite obviously larger naturally as well, being 14. I think it was like 16 large and 14 normal. It sounds right to me. Fairy bass, okay. Let's just slip over here, okay. Alright, that was our, what, second cast? Our second cast. I'm gonna run out of inventory. I'm gonna have to drop some fish into this river. Create some invasive species. Another fairy bass. What are our options here? I should probably look. We can catch a crayfish. Not a crimson crayfish or a unit crayfish, just a crayfish, which I believe we've already caught. A mud skipper, which we've caught. A fairy bass, which we've caught. A mud crab, which we've caught. An acorn snail, which we've caught. A copperfish. I think the only thing we haven't caught here is a unit crayfish, which has been true for a lot of places. So I think that they might be kind of rare, or at least just not very good for versatile lures. Creek says, feed them to the crabs, keep the ecosystem in balance. Yep. I do think mud crabs eat a lot of other things. I think mud crab's an example of one of those things that probably should have been ground type, but I didn't call it ground. But. Another acorn snail. Is this our last one? Acorn snail, copperfish, fairy bass, fairy bass. Oh, that was our last one, I think. Acorn snail, fairy bass, copperfish, and acorn snail. Yep, that's all 5. Alright. Well, I will take the opportunity to drop some fish in the water. So, you can go back in. You can go back in. You can go back in. Oh, I forgot to say, yeah, discard. Yes, discard. Can I just drop them on the ground? Oh, I can. Sweet. That's way faster. Wow, that's excellent. I didn't know I could do that. Plague fish, plague fish. Alright. That's enough. We don't have very many fishing spots left. Alright, so if I recall correctly, I just have to fly over this mountain. But let's take a look. First, record that we missed the encounter. Second of all, we have to go to Moondrip, which is 18 by 7. If I recall correctly, Moondrip is here, yeah. But it's like in a cave, so we have to actually go in before we can get there. So we'll stop here and we'll go, oh, look at this water. We're ignoring this water because we need to go in here first. Oh, yeah, look at this place. I would never come in here otherwise. Who are these guys? These guys just, like, live there here, huh? Wild. Y'all live like this? Alright. Moondrip, an undiscovered fishing hole. I did a little bit of scouting out when I was planning my route to see where things were, but I didn't actually, like, fish at these spots because I still thought it'd be fun to, like, discover them on the day of. A grip killifish, which we've already caught before. Let's see what else is in this area. A blind fish, which we've caught. A grip killifish, which we've caught. A silverfish. An assassin beta, which I don't think we've caught. A gar pike, hey! And then the big fish of the area. We might be... I hope we get an assassin beta before this thing ends. Assassin betas are cool. And also I would give them fighting type because I think it's funny. which I don't think they have any special requirements, but I think they are a mooch. So I'm going to have to naturally get a large-sized fish. They probably mooch off silverfish, I would guess. That sounds right. Maybe blindfish. Not sure. Okay. So that is 1, 2, 3. We have 2 more attempts. 2 more attempts. These guys just tromping around. Silverfish, but not large. Don't think there's a good chance I'm gonna get it. But that's sort of the whole point, is that I don't get to decide. I don't get to decide. I don't get to just keep trying here until I get my assassin beta that I want. And if someone else does this, and they get that rare encounter, I'd love to hear about it. It sounds so cool. Blind fish, and that was our last one, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. All right. No, don't cast again. I meant to say move. All right. The buttons are right next to each other. Moondrip is another fail to catch. Pirata's Piece at 15 by 6, which should be right outside. Very good, very good, very good. Alright, you cast your line at Pirata's Piece. Not many fishing spots left. So, yeah, we're definitely going to wrap it up today. Especially if things keep going the way they have been with missing encounters. Silverfish. What else does Pirata's Piece have? Grip Killifish, Silverfish, Ignis Snail, Sludge Skippers, Boltfish, which I don't think we've caught still. They might be a mooch, because I feel like a lot of places have had them and we haven't caught one. Those Bardian Bass, something that I just happen to not have ever caught before, for some reason. And then a restricted fish. Okay. Alright, well. Greg says, catch that big old frog. Yeah, I might go kill one of these. It's a laughing toad. I did not know those were what they were called. I do enjoy just killing fish-adjacent things as a fisher, because it's funny to me. And it's not that hard. Like, you're perfectly combat-able as a fisher. I don't know why they won't let me use fisher in my main story. Ignis Snail, let's see, that is our 3rd cast here, okay. 4th cast. Sludge Skipper. And our final attempt at Pirata's Piece. Although I do say it's not that hard, it probably is kind of difficult without summoning a chocobo to fight with me. They make it a lot easier. Oops, I accidentally moved. As per my rules, if the fish bites and then I move, I lose my opportunity to catch a fish, because theoretically one could take advantage of that to get additional attempts. If I move before they've caught, I guess technically you could still take advantage of that to get extra attempts if you knew the timing windows, but I don't, so I'm letting myself do that. Either way, that is another failure to catch. We have all of 2 fishing spots remaining. Cape Westwind and Vesper Bay. But I'm gonna kill this toad first. While I take a glass of water. Alright, where was I? Greg says, neck deep in water fighting an enormous toad. It's true. Alright, so we're going up to Cape Westwind. Which is over here. There's some important catches here for the Fisher quest, but that's fine. Hey! People are here. Maybe there's a window. Fishing is weirdly social. Real Industry says, take note, fish who may eat Lalafell, don't mess with Lalafell. That's right. Murthor Goby. We've already caught a Murthor Goby. I mean, we must have, right? I'll double check that after this catch. I wonder what everyone's here to catch. There might be a window open. We might actually get something rare. That could be cool. I'm not counting on it. We're not using the right bait for it, but, you know, it's still technically possible. I've been told. Heralder Haddock. Greg said, I wasn't prepared to see a bunny girl in a bikini fishing next to a grizzled fisherman today. Yeah. You know. Just Final Fantasy 14 things. Alright, Murthor Goby, Heralder Haddock. Ooh! I don't think we've caught a place. How do you pronounce that? I have no idea. First thing, check my Murthor Gobies. I would be remiss if I did not properly. Yes, we've definitely caught Murthor Gobies. We've also caught Dusk Gobies and Striped Gobies. But have we caught a place? I don't think so. Nope. That is our catch for this area. Kind of amazing we haven't caught a place. Those are available in a few different spots that I remember. Oh well. Alright, what do we have?
Play ice. A bottom-feeding flatfish, the plaice is most commonly found blending into the sands, covering the seafloor near the Isle of Umbra, where, rather than pursuing its own prey, it waits for an unsuspecting fry to happen by. Prime locations, Lenosha. We're not in Lenosha. So yeah, I was surprised we didn't catch one of these earlier. Cool. Flatfish? Flatfish? That's not right. Alright, Plies. I did not... There we go. Plies. I don't know how it's pronounced. It sounds like probably just a real fish name, so there's probably an official pronunciation. 35.7 elms, though. Wow. Okay. Sounds like a water ground to me. I might go back and change some of the typings of all the older fish. Like, I think mud crab's in here as a pure water, but probably should be water ground. Either way, let's draw this fish. Welcome back, Blush. Alright. We are going to look... Okay, so... Basically, it's got like a normal shaped body here, but then it's got a big fin, and it's all flat, so it just kind of looks like one big flat pancake, even though there's a body and a fin. And the tail is this kind of tail. Am I using a black? Okay, I feel like... Okay.
Great. So we're gonna actually put in the like fish shape of the fish, but kind of faintly, I think. And then great. I don't see where the eye is. I'm kind of seeing like weird like coloration on this. Let's get a zoom in. Alright. Yeah, there's like this really interesting coloration that's going on. I'm not entirely sure. I think maybe it's just like... How do their mouths work? Maybe that shouldn't be my first concern. Alright. Oh wait, no, this is the body. I need to actually add the fin on top. So, something like... How do I do this? I don't. Okay. And then the bottom one is kind of goes back a little, it looks like. Why can't I get this right? So weird. Drawing lines. It's hard, turns out. How does that fin attach? It's like a fin down here, I think. I need to maybe look more at real-life fish to understand the anatomy of fish. Yeah, I think so. I do not know what I'm looking at. But that's pretty funny, so I'm gonna go with that mouth. Greg says, you want a real life reference? Nah, I'm not actually gonna look at them. I feel like I should, but I'm not doing that. It would be weird to like suddenly do that at this point in the series. All right, so it's got a lot of weird colors going on. I quite like it, but also it's weird. So I'm not really sure what's happening. Okay, that filled in quite easily. I like that. Kind of a gray back. Something like that. I'm gonna see if I can just like layer weird colors over top of each other and see what it looks like. then maybe a bit more gray down here on this fin. It's gonna be a weird one. I think maybe the face should have actually been all gray in the first place. And then maybe this actually will come down like that. Yeah, no, it kind of works actually. Weird. Alright. Let's maybe add just like some splotches to it. Maybe I'll actually, that doesn't look right. Multiply, maybe? Yeah, I think that's the one. Yeah, okay. Anything in the middle? Yeah, there's still stuff down here in the middle. Slot that in. Splotch, 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 splotch. Weird. And then maybe a little bit of a lighter tone along the edge at the top here. Not that light, just like lighter. Still keeping this kind of rough, like, edge to it. Yeah, I think that kind of works. Yeah. All right. All right. And then I have no idea what's happening in the eye, so I'm just going to give it like a blob. I think that's them. It looks right to me, as weird as it looks. It is very messy over here. I don't know what I did there. Alright, well, that's our friend. Do we have a name for this splotchy friend? File. Wait, I didn't add any of the normal shading to this, I just realized. I did all this other shading instead, and it didn't actually do my normal shading. Let's do that real quick. To be consistent. They are like flat, which I think is interesting in how like a lot of my fish have come out flat, so this should be fine. And then a little bit of dark. Kirk says this looks like Dory's cousin, Big Bertha. I'm actually not sure if you're actually referencing a real character or not. Because I didn't see Finding Dory. So, for all I know, there are other characters in that one that I don't know about. But Big Bertha is a good name. And then the last little edge to that. Greg says not a real character. Okay, cool. Beautiful! Alright. Crop. Yes. File, save as. Plice? I have no idea how that's pronounced. I'm gonna look that up after this. If I remember. Big Bertha. And they are. They're 35.7 ilms across. And this brings us to our final fishing spot. I really hope we don't fail to catch here. That would be really disappointing. And we're off. Down to Vesper Bay. Pray return to the Waking Sands. I can't stand on this? Disappointing. I've never fished here before. You cast your line at the undiscovered fishing hole. Thank you, Greg. I'll look at that in a moment. Ah, Greg says I kind of nailed it. Sweet. A pebble crab. We have caught pebble crabs before. Cast that again. Vesper Bay. Laminston anchovies. Harbor herrings. Pebble crabs. Tiger cod. I might have caught that? Rothite oyster. Rothlet. And the blue octopus. I don't know what that is. Some kind of vehicle. Rothite oyster. We definitely caught the Rothite oyster. I'm nervous. This is the last one. Like, it has to. Like, I can't not catch something here. Okay, tiger cod. Have we caught tiger cod? I'm not 100% sure. Find. I know we caught tiger something. We did catch a tiger cod. We named them Angus. Which, if I recall correctly, the description of the tiger cod talked about, like, tigers being something from the east that they don't have here. I just did a quest earlier where I literally fought tigers in Lenosha, so I have no idea what they were talking about. We've caught a pebble crab, a rothlet oyster, and a tiger cod. We have 2 casts left, and I honestly don't know what here we haven't caught. We might have caught all of these. Harbor herring, and it's moochable. Okay. Now, this will probably only mooch into a blue octopus, which we have already caught. So, not great. Not great. But, as per our rules, we have to mooch it. Who knows? We might get lucky. But I doubt it. Blue octopus. We've definitely caught a blue octopus. And we've definitely caught a harbor herring. Yep. I feel like, unless I'm wrong, which I could be, that we've caught everything in this fishing spot. Except for the big fish. So, we still have a few more casts left, but we're just going through the motions at this point. Pebble crab, rothlite oyster, tiger cod, blue octopus. This is our last one, actually. This is actually our last. Harbor herring. Yep. Whew. Vesper Bay. No encounter. 5 duplicates. Greg says, you said this is the last spot. This is the last spot. There's a little bit more that I planned, though, which is I'm stuck. What? I'm stuck over here. Why'd you do... What? Oh, no. Why did they do that? I specifically landed over there because I wanted to go here. Greg says, to finish the stream, if you don't get something new to draw in the last spot, you could do a regional variant of something. That's an interesting idea. I think I should do another drawing. Some final drawing. I wish I could, like, end the stream with, drawing the, like, final 6 team. But I'm going to have to take some time to actually go through them and decide what that is. But my initial plan, when I started this, when I plotted out the entire route across the world, is I wanted to end with my last fishing spot being Vesper Bay, so I could take the ferry back to Limsa Lominsa. A full circuit road trip. No Aetheryte travel. Greg says, I am hyped to see who the final 6 are. Thank you. I'm glad. That's awesome. Oh, nice. Very right. Yep. And this will take us right back to Limsa Lominsa where we started. Well, not exactly where we started. It'll take us to the docks, and the docks are not the actual, they're not the actual, fishing docks, and the harbor is not, and the, like, ferry docks are not the same, but, you know. If it was 15 minutes from now, which maybe I'll do a quick drawing and then we'll be at 15 minutes. I actually thought it'd be really funny if things happen to line up, and they almost have, to do a ocean fishing voyage as a final thing. Just for fun, because I like those. They're good. Limsa Lominsa. Lower docks. Lower decks. I always say lower docks. It's my walk. Get a good walk animation. Alright. And here we are. So, I guess that brings us kind of to the end. I do think I'm going to do a little bit of, like, breaking down what we caught and, like, what are the biggest catches and all that stuff, but just to, like, put a capstone on it. This was, this is Fishermon, a Realm Reborn Artlocke. And it was a lot. It was, well, I think a total of, if we sort of round it out to 6 hours, it was a total of, I think, 26 hours total, if I recall correctly. There was 12 hours to start, then 4 hours for 3 additional weekends, including this one, which went overtime by an hour and 45 minutes. It was something. Like, I think it's really easy to look at what just happened and go, where was the climax? What was the point? But I mean, you know, it's a road trip. It's the journey. And I really got to see parts of the world I hadn't really thought about. Like, I never went anywhere that I had never ever gone before, right? Like, I'm pretty sure everywhere in the journey, I'd been there before. But really, like, looking at the descriptions, and not just looking at the descriptions, like, really trying to break down what these fish look like and what makes them different. It's something special. And I'm really glad you were all here with me on the way. No matter how much you're here, it still means a lot to me. I'm really tempted to say, like, have a good night, because that's how I tend to, like, end my VODs. And I don't know if that's where the VOD's ending. I don't know what this is going to look like when I finally, like, make this into a video. But, yeah. It's weird. Like, I feel like I need some kind of, like, dramatic ending to this, and I don't think I do. I don't think I do. I think that's just in my own head. Real Industrious says that's the best part of fishing, which I think they're talking about going to different places. Greg says was a very cool road trip. Glad to have caught parts of it. Industrious says you drew some good fish. Greg says you did draw some really cool fish. Have a good night. Thank you, Greg. Yeah, Greg. Thank you, Greg. Let's take a look. What are the biggest fish I actually caught? I got a 46.9 fish. I'm just gonna mark everything that's above a certain length, I think. Everything above 40. Let's take a look. What do we have? This is unfortunately not very compelling to look at, because it's just me in a completely different tab, and there's not even sound. Not much. There's not much over 40. Unless I'm probably missing some along the way here. 52. Very cool. All right, so we caught a lavender remora named Slimby, which is pure water type. They are 52.4 ilms. We caught a Bianak bream named Benny at 50.2 ilms. They're pure water type. We caught a rain caller named Raymond at 42.8 ilms, which is pure water type. Anything else I'm missing here? I don't think so. We caught a Gar Pike named Eclair at 43.6 ilms, which is pure water type. And we caught the Haralder Haddock named Chaddock at 46.9 ilms. So those are our 5 biggest catches. There was a few more in the 30 range, and those ones were pretty interesting. Like our Ogre Barracuda and some other interesting things. Things with more interesting typings. So I don't think size alone is not going to do the job. Certainly is not. Monk. Cool. Alright. Well, me doing a breakdown and looking at stats, I think that's for me off stream. That's an off-stream thing. So, yes, I'm reminded that I will be finding a Chosen 6 That will be our catches that we're gonna, train up into our team. Take on the Elite Four, whoever. I don't know who that would be in this setting. But we're gonna make that choice. I'll probably redraw each of them, which I think will be fun. And yeah. I'm just going to run back down to Fisherman's Bottom now. Just to really, really bookend it properly. Have it come proper full circle. Even though it is almost ocean fishing time. I don't need to be sitting there. I'm having a hard time letting go. Does this connect to the Fisherman's Bottom? I don't know how to get... Oh, yeah. I assume this connects. I feel like this should connect. Yeah. But that's going to be off stream. I guess I should just do a proper outro, since everyone's here. I will be raiding, so please stick around. Don't head out just because I'm done. But, if this is the only content of mine that you've seen, I'm Darcy Bits. I stream on Mondays and Tuesdays. Kind of variety stream-ish stuff. I'll probably be doing more fishing content, but less structured than this was, just kind of hanging out and fishing from time to time. But mostly what I have been doing lately has been card games, using Tabletop Simulator, which has been pretty good. But it's an all over sorts of things. I also play on Friday with my alter ego, Daisy Bits, which is currently playing through Black Book, which is a very cool game. Dang it. There we go. But prior to that was playing Monster Sanctuary. If any of that interests you, I highly recommend checking out my YouTube, which you can find in my About section, where I have all my archives. Occasionally, I'm trying to do more, a plan for me in the future, I guess is the better way of saying that, is to do more edited videos. This whole event I want to edit down into a 30-minute video or something, which that's daunting. I've never done something like that before. I don't know what to expect, but well, yeah. I mean that's me. I don't know. I'm rambling now because I don't want to end the stream, but I should. We're gonna end at a proper 6 o'clock. My time, making it a 6-hour stream to round out our 26 hours. 26-hour non-consecutive event. Thanks everyone for being here. Really appreciate it.